This is the easiest money you're gonna make. And your line of work? That's a godsend. I stared at the generic, nameless suit standing in front of me. He claimed that he worked for the CIA, even flashed his badge and all. It didn't matter to me whether or not I believed him. The only thing that mattered was the fact that he paid half up front, promising the other half after the job was done. I'm part of a freelance mercenary group, modern-day soldiers of fortune. We've been hired by government agencies before, but mostly just ones in Africa and Southeast Asia. You can imagine the type of shit we've been asked to pull off. Safe to say, ethics aren't our primary concern. Now, I'm not blatantly immoral. If somebody offered us an exorbitant amount of money to oversee security for a human trafficking ring, I'd shoot them on the spot. But that's not to say that we're good people. Far from it, in fact. I don't expect you to feel sympathy for me. I just want to get my story out there. Something very strange is going on. Something that we should all probably be worried about. The mission itself was presented as a simple one, but the circumstances surrounding it were more unusual. We're staging a raid on a fanatical religious cult in Montana. Real psychotic bunch. I remember the suit telling me. I couldn't have imagined a better compensation than the one he was offering, so I listened intently. In all honesty, it was nearly enough to set my entire team up for retirement. Nevertheless, the whole situation unnerved me. We were caught completely off guard when they contacted us. Somehow they'd found our email address on the dark web. I knew what we were doing was illegal, but they didn't seem to care. In fact, they never mentioned anything about our past crimes at all. In reality, they probably could have smoked us at any point. It didn't make a lot of sense why they chose not to, or why they chose to approach us at all. I had my hunches, of course. Most of them to do with the fact that we were probably entirely expendable and operated under the radar the best we could. Obviously, we didn't do a good enough job. Whatever, it is what it is. We needed this payday. Our little operations couldn't last forever. I know it's not important for the job, but what's the purpose of this raid? These guys are growing weed or something? I asked. The question came out snarkier than I'd intended it to. The suit just grinned. I guess he had a sense of humor. Well, he began. I doubt you'll be telling anybody, so I suppose you might as well know. He seemed confident in that assumption, maybe a little too much so. These people have stumbled upon something that they shouldn't have, and then they tried to hide it. Better not be something that's moments away from exploding, I said. The suit laughed this time. It ain't so simple. What do you know about the existence of extraterrestrial life? I raised my eyebrow. What the hell was he about to tell me? You're asking me if I believe in aliens, I responded. I took a second to consider it. Sure, why not? He went on to explain the real objective. It sounded absurd, but it was also coming out of the horse's mouth. You tell me what I'm supposed to believe. Apparently, a UFO had crashed on a farm in southeastern Montana a few days prior. As luck would have it, this farm belonged to the Church of Blissful Ascension, the cult in question. Shortly after it landed, some cult members stumbled upon it, subsequently being ordered to drag it into the leader's farmhouse, which was quite literally a mansion. Not much was known about the leader, other than his epithet, which was the Divine Messenger. Yeah, that type of guy. In reality, the cult was just a front for the trafficking of various goods, which had brainwashed its members into doing a lot of the dirty work. The most interesting part about this was the UFO itself. It was allegedly about 12 feet wide, 3 feet in diameter, and shaped like a pill. Before it landed, it had been moving erratically, seemingly teleporting short distances every few seconds or so. After it landed, some kind of dark green fluid began leaking out of it. Now for the actual mission. We simply had to go in and assist a team of SOG agents in wiping out every single member. No survivors, no witnesses, no exceptions. What the CIA planned to do with the UFO afterwards was none of our business. Not that I really wanted to know. We didn't have much time to prepare for the raid, but it didn't sound like we needed it. We were dealing with amateurs, most likely just trigger-happy rednecks who couldn't strategize or aim for shit. I suppose raid wasn't the most apt way to describe the job. It seemed more like a slaughter than anything else. My team of 6 met up with the SOG team, also 6, at a small underground complex used by the CIA for clandestine operations located about 30 minutes away from the farm. There, we geared up, went over tactics, and were told to repeat the objective at hand. No witnesses, no survivors. After all that was said and done, we piled into a SWAT truck and drove off. We'd never worked with the CIA in the past, so we supposed this was standard procedure. We suited up in black tactical gear provided by the agents themselves. This part was a bit odd to me. We had our own gear, stuff we've been using for the longest time. Both sets were nearly identical, but the agents still insisted that we use theirs. The atmosphere in the truck was also disconcerting. Maybe it was just in my head, but everybody seemed so stiff. The agents clutched their rifles with iron grips while staring blankly ahead. My team tried talking amongst ourselves, but every word just felt awkward. I just chalked it up to nerves, which didn't make any sense, because I never felt nerves like that before. After what felt like hours, we finally arrived, stopping some odd yards away from the farmhouse in order to remain undetected. We piled out, got into formation, and began. I was assigned the furthest flank position, so I stayed back as everyone else moved ahead. The closest people in front of me were one of my guys and an agent. It didn't take long for the strangeness to amplify. I noticed that the agent was gradually moving slower and slower. Eventually, I caught up to him. Well, it was more like I was forced to catch up. If I'd been moving any slower, I would have stopped. This agent had ruined the entire formation without anybody in the front noticing. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked as I walked up beside him. Without answering my question, he handed me a small scrap of paper. I took a quick glance at it, seeing an address and a date and time written down on it. "Meet me. Don't be late," he said, no inflection at all in his voice. "Do whatever you can to stay alive." As soon as he finished saying that, he sped up, reclaiming his original position. Obviously, that interaction was a cause for concern. I had to start wondering just what the hell I'd gotten my team into. I seriously started considering calling it off right then and there, but before I knew it, bullets were flying. The agents at the front had taken out the 2 guards standing at the front entrance. Soon after, we blew the door down and stormed inside. The agents shot down a few more guards stationed on the main floor before we started heading towards the basement. Once we got down there, 10 more guards or cult members were waiting for us. As per the mission, I raised my rifle and prepared to fire. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been prepared for what happened next. The agent at the front raised his fist, signaling for us to stop. Surprisingly, the guards didn't shoot at us. In fact, they didn't even react. The agents began turning around before aiming their rifles at us instead. There's been a change of plans. We'd been set up, that much was obvious. I didn't even have time to curse before the shit went off the rails. I ducked, feverishly trying to avoid point-blank gunfire while firing off nearly blind retaliatory shots. I managed to stumble my way behind some cover but not before having 2 bullets graze my cheek and thigh. I peeked out, seeing the cult guards with malicious grins across their faces, also shooting at me and my team. Amidst the chaos, I could see Faisal, one of my men, rush an agent in an attempt to take him down to the ground. It was definitely a desperation move, but despite Faisal being substantially larger than the agent, his takedown was stuffed and he was subsequently thrown into a pillar. I could feel rage washing over me. I raised my rifle, aimed at the agent's head, and fired. He didn't go down. My aim wasn't the issue. I could see the bullets drilling into the side of his helmet. The guy even flinched, but he didn't fall. Instead, he finished Faisal with a shot to the head and walked off. My mouth fell agape as I started backing up. I guess I was pretty rattled because I stopped paying attention to my surroundings. I felt myself bump into somebody before spinning around to see another agent staring me down. I thought about going for my knife, but before I could even make a move, the agent grabbed my arm and effortlessly judo slammed me onto the floor. I'd been thrown before, but this was by far the most painful one I'd ever experienced. It felt like I was being tossed by a gorilla, not by a man with a similar build to me. His strength was ridiculous. Once on the ground, he mounted me before raising a fist. I knew with every fiber of my being that a single punch would pulverize my entire skull. As I started preparing my soul for the afterlife, the agent hesitated. "Play dead," he whispered, his voice a familiar one. He slammed his fist down inches away from my head and crashed the floor next to me before flipping me face down. "Don't move, no matter what happens," he whispered again. The pressure blanketing my body soon disappeared. The agent was getting up. I know what he said, but I didn't want to listen. I wanted to help my team. I got them into this mess, so I was obligated to get them out. But I didn't move. I knew it was useless. The basement had gotten quiet. No more sounds of struggle. My team was dead, and it was entirely my fault. Moments later, someone began talking, snapping me out of my self-pity session. "Geez, job well done, huh?" It didn't sound like one of the agents, so I assumed the voice belonged to a cult member. What the hell is going on? I thought to myself. Were they working together? "Now, about the payment." His question was interrupted by gunfire. A brief bout of additional chaos followed as more bodies dropped to the floor. I counted about 10 in total. I guess they weren't working together after all. "All right, let's make this quick," one of the agents said. I had to wonder what he was talking about. What more did they need to do? I listened to the sounds of scuffling boots as the agents went around doing something. I opened one of my eyes just a sliver, trying to make out what the hell was going on. I wish I'd kept it closed. I was lying right next to Ricardo, one of my team members. As I stared at his lifeless, bullet-ridden body, I wanted to scream. I forced myself to keep my mouth shut. I continued watching as the agents went around to every single body, both my team and the cult members, and injected some kind of dark green fluid into their veins. Soon enough, they got to me. I held my breath and laid stiff as I felt the needle go into my arm. Thankfully, the guy didn't check my pulse. I was losing my mind at this point. Not just because I was playing dead while some mystery fluid was being mixed into my bloodstream. It was the whole situation. If this hadn't been the worst day of my life, then it was certainly a contender. Afterwards, I heard the agents mumbling to each other. I couldn't make out much, but I did hear 12 hours being said quite a lot. 12 hours. 12 hours to what? After about 5 more minutes, the agents finally left. I laid still for some time after that. I wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing what the agents had left behind, but I wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of this by wasting my time mourning. My entire body was in pain as I pulled myself up. And trying not to look at the massacre around me, I took out the piece of paper that one agent had given to me. The address belonged to a motel in Billings, while the meeting time was in 10 hours. I stripped off all of my gear and made myself look as presentable as I possibly could before getting the hell out of a farmhouse and trying to hitch a ride on a nearby road. A couple of hours and $200 later, somebody finally agreed to give me a ride. Luckily, Billings isn't too far away from the farm, so I think that I'll be able to get to the motel in time. But I'm not so sure that I'm gonna like whatever's waiting for me there. Making it to Billings took me longer than I'd expected it to. As it turns out, hitchhiking on a remote road during the middle of the night isn't the safest thing you could do. Go figure, huh? It was fine, though. Nothing I couldn't handle. With that said, my real problems were still ahead of me. I didn't quite remember what the agent who slipped me the paper looked like. When we met up, they were all already wearing gear. He was definitely white, though, about 6 feet tall, a fairly muscular build. It shouldn't be too difficult to spot. The paper also specified that he'd be in the lobby, so that's where I headed once I found the motel. Once in, I looked around. The place was nearly empty, with only 4 people sitting around. An older couple, a single woman, and a single man. He was white, tall, or probably in his 30s. Most likely who I was looking for. "Tell me you're the guy I'm looking for," I said, approaching him. The man looked up at me as his expression morphed into one of confusion. He shook his head. "I think you're mistaken, sir. I don't know what you mean." I muttered out something along the lines of, "My bad," before getting ready to walk away. But before I could, the man started chuckling. Yep, this was the guy. "You look so worried there," he said in between laughs. Jesus, that's funny. Safe to say, I was starting to get pissed off. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. The agent wiped a tear from his eye as he calmed down, before checking the time. 20 minutes left, he said. It was pretty obvious what he was talking about. Had it really been close to 12 hours? "What's going to happen in 20 minutes? The man grabbed his jacket and got up. "Nothing good. Follow me." "Follow you to where? I'll kick your ass if you don't tell me what's going on right now," I said, anger rising in my voice. "Right here? In the lobby? That's a bad idea. Come up to my room and do it there instead," he responded. Before I could say anything else, he was already walking up the stairs. I followed close behind, nearly fuming at how shady he was acting. Once he opened the door to his room, I couldn't stop myself from lunging in and grabbing his throat. He didn't even fight back, but at the same time, it didn't seem like he needed to. His neck inexplicably felt like a thick steel pipe. The harder I gripped, the harder it hurt my hand. Soon enough, I just let go. I stepped back, a dumbfounded expression on my face. The agent checked the time again. "You done now?" I didn't respond. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the mini-fridge and poured out 2 big glasses, sliding me one while downing his own at the same time. "I'd recommend you drink that quick." I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. "What did you inject me with? What's going to happen to me?" "Well, you're going to find out if you keep asking questions. And trust me, you really don't want to find out." He opened up the closet and unlocked the safe inside. He took out a briefcase, flipping it open to reveal 4 syringes. This time, they were filled with blue liquid. "Drink up," he said, gesturing towards the liquor, "'cause this is gonna hurt. If you think I'll let you inject me with something else, you're an idiot. Tell me what the hell is going on right now." He laughed obnoxiously. You're calling me an idiot? The same guy who put enough trust in the government to take one of the most blatantly sketchy jobs of all time is calling me an idiot? That's rich. You guys should have jumped out of the truck when you had the chance. I considered responding, but bit my tongue instead. I really couldn't argue against that. It certainly wasn't my brightest moment. It doesn't matter. You still need to tell me what's going on. Trust me, I will, but you need this first, he said, holding up one of the syringes. I shook my head. No, what I need first is an explanation. The agent sighed, checking the time once again. 10 minutes. You really want to make this more painful than it needs to be? I guess so. I wasn't budging. Again, not one of my brightest moments. The man shrugged, sitting back in his chair. So be it. We'll wait. The stern, confident face I was putting on certainly didn't reflect how I was actually feeling at the moment. The agent had a stranglehold on me in just about every conceivable aspect. I hated that fact. I never could accept people having power over me. If I were a smarter man, I would have just listened. But here we are. 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. I nearly breathed a sigh of relief until I felt my arm starting to itch. I scratched at it, only to feel my finger quite literally digging into my flesh. It looked like my skin was rotting away, and it was spreading fast. So, the agent said, holding up the syringe. You want it now? Screw it, I spat, catching it as he tossed it to me. The pain was starting to become unbearable. I stuck the needle into my vein and pumped the mystery fluid into my bloodstream. At that point, the rot had completely consumed my forearm. It was horrifyingly disgusting to look at. In my mind, there was no fate worse than that stuff spreading to the rest of my body. That's rapid necrosis right there, the agent said. And you just injected the antidote. I felt immense relief immediately after. I watched as the rot slowly crept back down my arm before disappearing completely. In that moment, a wave of euphoria washed over me. I've never done heroin, but I imagine the sensations would be comparable. Enjoy that feeling, the agent continued, because the hard part is coming up soon. I didn't have to ask what he meant by that. It was as if a flip had suddenly switched. The euphoria was immediately replaced with the most excruciating pain I'd ever experienced in my entire life, even worse than when the rot was consuming my arm. This is why I made you a drink, the agent went on. The pain will only last 10 minutes. Try and keep it down, though. We don't need any noise complaints. Those 10 minutes seemed like 20 hours. If you were to ask me exactly what I was feeling, I would have had a hard time describing it. Hell. Simply put, it was sheer hell. As if every molecule in my body was being tossed into an industrial meat grinder before the remnants were dropped into molten lava. I laid on the ground for a few moments after it had passed. To tell you the truth, I wanted to lay there for a lot longer, but then I remembered where I was. I looked back up, rushing back at the agent. If I was pissed before, I was about to explode now. What the hell was that? I screamed in his face as I began trying to strangle him again. It was strange. His throat didn't feel like metal anymore. It just felt like regular flesh. I could even see his face starting to turn red. I grinned. I was finally getting the upper hand. It seemed like the antidote had more than a few side effects, but that didn't last long. He grabbed my arm and elbowed me in the face before somehow managing to reverse our positions and mount me. From there, he put me in an arm lock. All right, he said. You got that out of your system? Can I explain to you what the hell is happening now? I tapped the floor, signaling yes. Well, all right, he said, letting go. We can finally make some progress. He pulled up a chair and sat down, still panting from our short grappling match, and I did the same. Why'd you kill my team? If we told anybody about the UFO, nobody would have even believed us. Hell, why'd you hire us in the first place? Slow down there. One question at a time. The first thing you need to know is... He paused for a moment, almost as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed his mind. There was no UFO crash, no aliens. That was all fake. I buried my face in my hands, trying to wrap my head around what the hell he'd just said. What? Before I continue, you want that drink now? He asked. I nodded. It seemed like I was gonna need it. If there was no UFO, then what was the point of the raid? It's simple, the agent said. To make it look like there was one. I'm not sure why I nodded. It's not like I understood what was going on in the slightest. Think about it, the agent continued. The CIA conducts a clandestine operation that involves covering up a UFO landing. It goes horribly wrong, and all the agents die. The agents? My team were the ones that died. The agent nodded. Yeah, and what uniforms were you wearing? I thought back, and suddenly it made complete sense why they didn't want us wearing our own uniforms. SAC gear, I responded. But that still doesn't make any sense. Every agent should have been registered, right? We sure as hell weren't. That's right, the agent responded. But it doesn't matter. He gestured towards an empty syringe sitting on the table. Once the necrosis finishes, there would have been nothing left but bones. Nothing left to try and identify. It's a real nasty concoction. Fair enough, I said. So, the CIA backs a raid in order to conceal a potential UFO crash. The mission ends in disaster, and everybody, including the cult members, die in an inexplicable way. The agent nodded. The aftermath yields a burning question. Who, or what, killed them? I sat back. The implication seemed so ridiculous it was comical. The aliens liquefied everybody and escaped out into the world. The agent smirked. Now you're getting it. I don't think I am. How do hostile aliens run amok and benefit the CIA in any capacity? The agent poured himself some more liquor. That part, I'll admit, it's a bit complicated. And complicated it was. This is where his story goes batshit crazy. According to him, this whole debacle started years prior, with one man at the center of it all. Jonas Kane. And to the best of everybody's knowledge, Kane was a civilian, not a former SEAL, Ranger, or anything to that effect. In the span of just 2 months, he managed to gain the favor of a sizable portion of the higher-ups at the CIA, effectively splitting the organization in factions. It didn't take long for his side to start overwhelming the other. Stating that he essentially held the CIA in the palm of his hand wouldn't have been a stretch. So, how does a regular guy manage to do all of this? Well, the why to that question was pretty obvious. The how was another story entirely. The antidote, the agent said, holding up another of the blue syringes. I couldn't tell you the scientific name, so we just call it the God Serum. Kane's claim to fame. I half scoffed, half chuckled. Read a lot of comics? Still a teenager at heart. That's just my coping mechanism for all the atrocities I've committed, though. I couldn't tell if that was a joke or not. So, Kane developed this serum by himself? The agent nodded. That's the way it seems. Well, what does it do exactly? Despite how dumb I thought the name was, it wasn't terribly inaccurate. On top of immediately healing any injury or disease, like necrosis, the user essentially ascended into a superhuman state. How strong somebody could be depended on their own genetics. Their base physical attributes could be enhanced 20-fold, at the minimum, all the way to a staggering 55. Slow twitch muscle strength, striking power, speed, endurance, durability, you name it. It was the super soldier serum on additional steroids. And from what they've seen so far, there haven't been any discernible negative side effects. Kane was also the only one who knew how to make it, and he wasn't sharing his secrets. They gave him a stranglehold on just about the entire organization. And can't the CIA just force the recipe out of him? You know, advanced torture techniques or something? That's an option, yeah, the agent responded. But easier said than done. The upper limit of 55-fold enhancement only applies to the serum he's given us. Kane's different from the rest of us. He's on something else entirely. What I'm trying to say is, he's unstoppable, uncontrollable. Machine guns, snipers, explosives, tranquilizers, nothing does shit to him. If we're Captain America, he's Superman. Nobody can force him to do anything. I shook my head. This sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you hearing yourself? Hey, I don't disagree. But as absurd as it sounds, it's the truth. And isn't that what you wanted to know? The truth? The agent responded. Anyways, that's the how of this whole story. Kane wasn't a scientist either. Up until 2018, he was registered as a traffic court lawyer in Oklahoma. We don't know how the hell he managed to do any of this, but the worst thing about this whole situation is that we don't even know what he's trying to do, what his endgame is. The agent stood up, lit a cigarette, and began pacing. But it sure as hell probably isn't anything good. And combine this with the fact that he's got most of the CIA wrapped around his thumb and we have a disaster on our hands, he's getting more and more influenced by the day. If he continues to go unchecked, well, you get it, don't you? If the agent was telling the truth, then this was indeed a nightmare scenario. Evil Superman as world dictator, forcing the world to believe we were being attacked by aliens for unknown reasons. What a bright future. So, what are you then? Leader of the anti-Kane faction or something? Not the leader, he said, shaking his head. Just one of many moles inside Kane's faction, but we all have the same goal. I'll do anything to take him down. Well, I said, standing up. Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. Good luck. I'll be heading out now. I knew he probably wasn't going to just let me leave. I could tell that he was trying to recruit me for something from the get-go. But after hearing all of this, on top of my entire team being killed... Wait, I nearly forgot about that. My team's dead, you know, I said, giving him a death stare. And you caused it. I don't give a hell if you're a double agent or what. How the hell am I supposed to forgive that? I'm not asking you to forgive me, but this is bigger than either of us, bigger than anything you could imagine. If Kane gets his way, I reckon your team would have been dead regardless. You don't have to forgive me. All I'm asking is that you work with me for now. If we succeed, I don't care what happens next. You can strangle me in my sleep for all that I care. He began stepping towards me. If you want your revenge, then you can have it. But there might not be a world for you to come back to. He extended his arm, implying that I shake his hand in agreement. Come on, you never dreamed about playing the hero when you were a kid? This might be your only chance. I swatted his hand away. What the hell do you want me for anyways? I can't even stop my team from dying. What good am I gonna be? It finally came out. I didn't blame the agent. I really only had myself to blame. A tough pill to swallow for sure. The agent paused for a moment. I couldn't even look him in the eye at this point. I knew he'd be able to see the weakness behind my own. And eventually, he held out his arm again. If I thought you weren't worth recruiting, then why the hell am I trying so hard? Come on, make the death of your team worth something. I'm still not shaking your hand, but tell me the plan. You guys do have a plan, right? The agent grinned. Well, it's a work in progress. It's what? Instead of responding, he tossed me a jacket. I knew you'd say yes. Bundle up now. We're headed over to Russia. I've only been to Russia a few times before, but there is one solid conclusion I can draw about the country. It's one of the hardest places to complete contracts. The targets are usually hell to put down, and my heart feels like it's seconds away from detonating at all times. I do enjoy drinking over there, though. I managed to get some sleep on the flight over. That would have been impossible had I not been tired to the point of delusion. Our ride came in the form of a clunky old cargo plane that only had sitting space for the pilots. I think I banged my head on about 15 crates before I woke up. There's no flights to Norilsk, and I can't really take a government-owned aircraft without arousing suspicion, so I had to call in a favor from an old friend, the agent explained. I'm sure he could see the trepidation on my face. Look, it's the best I could do. I suppose it didn't matter. The plane wasn't the biggest issue. It was what we were bound to see once we got off that worried me the most. Along with the agent and the pilots, there were 2 others on the plane with us, another SAC agent named Armin and a Green Beret named Luke. 4 wasn't exactly the biggest team, but the agent assured me that we'd be rendezvousing with the rest once we got to our destination. The flight was mostly silent and a bit awkward. So, what do I call you? I asked the agent in an attempt to make small talk. You don't have to tell me your real name, just give me something so it doesn't get weird. The agent leaned his head back, as if he were thinking about it. It's Colt. That's my real name, by the way. I trust you enough. He flashed a corny grin at me. I nodded in response. Colt it is. We landed on a small airstrip in the middle of what looked like a remote field. I was hit with the freezing rain the moment I stepped out of the plane, which managed to wake me up a bit. I looked around, but there was quite literally nothing surrounding us. You sure we're in the right place? Luke asked. Don't look like there's too much going on here. Colt looked at one of the pilots, an older, weary-looking gentleman, and nodded. The man lumbered out of the plane and began walking towards a nearby forest. This way, he said in a thick accent. It's just short walk. I underestimated what he meant by short. We walked for about 3 hours into the middle of the forest, all while lugging around 20 pounds of gear and being drenched by the ice-cold precipitation. At one point, we came across some kind of large, pill-shaped object stuck in the trees. It'll make sense later, Colt said when he saw me looking up at it. Just keep walking for now. After the arduous hike, the pilot finally stopped in a clearing and took out a metal detector. He scanned the ground for a bit before gesturing for the shovel that Colt was holding. After about a minute of digging, he uncovered something that looked like the entrance to a vault. Still there, he said, chuckling. Many bad memories here. He entered a code into the keypad and it opened, revealing a metal ladder leading down into oblivion. He took a deep breath as he got up, before putting his hand on Colt's shoulder. I'll be waiting in plane. Good luck, my friend. Colt nodded. 6 p.m. If we're not back by then, just leave. The pilot gave him one last glance before walking out of the clearing and out of sight. He didn't look so confident. Well, Colt said, turning on his helmet flashlight, time to enter the belly of the beast. I couldn't tell you how long the climb was. I just knew that my arms were jelly by the end. There was also an indescribable smell lingering in the air. It wasn't putrid per se. It just felt like something I wasn't supposed to be breathing in. After scaling down the ladder, we finally found ourselves in some kind of underground military complex. It's an old KGB base, Colt explained, repurposed for modern-day Spetsnaz training. Spetsnaz? Is it a good idea to show up unannounced? Colt looked down at his watch. If everything's gone according to plan, then we should be fine. Well, how can I not be confident when you put it like that? I muttered. He started moving and we followed, passing through rooms that contained weightlifting equipment, shooting ranges, and mats for hand-to-hand training. Eventually, we came across the dining hall. I'll admit, I was a bit taken aback by what we found waiting for us. What in the Sam hell happened here? Luke asked. It was a bloodbath inside. Standing amongst the plates of spilt food and drink, there were about 20 soldiers and agents, with 5 more dead on the ground. I recognized roughly half as Spetsnaz, with the other half wearing generic tactical gear. I assumed the latter half were our guys. The ones who were dead were all Spetsnaz. Oh, jeez, Colt muttered, as he stared at the grisly scene around him. One of the non-Spetsnaz soldiers looked over at us. He was average height and incredibly handsome, save for the gnarly scar running down through one of his eyes. What the hell did you expect? He said. We're lucky it only got this bad. Saying that everybody looked on edge would have been an understatement. You showed them what the serum could do and they still didn't believe you? Colt said, stepping forward. Most did, the soldier responded. Not all. We should have expected that from the start. Well, do they believe you now? The soldier looked over his shoulder at the group of angry Spetsnaz behind him. He nodded at them, a few nodded back, and a few cursed at him in Russian. I guess. I mean, they stopped trying to kill us at least, so we've stopped killing them. Colt sighed and shook his head. For God's sake, Visser, he muttered before gesturing to Luke, Armin, and I. In any case, these are the new guys, all quite capable if I do say so myself. They're on the serum? The soldier, whose name was apparently Visser, asked. Colt nodded. The soldier walked forward and extended his arm, shaking each of our hands in quick succession. Like Colt mentioned, the name's Visser, he said. I'm glad you guys chose to be a part of this. We need all the help that we can get. He went on to fill us in on what was happening. Similar to Colt, Visser was an SAC agent acting as a mole inside of Kane's faction. After some lingering, he became privy to the time and location of Kane's second attack. The first one was in the US at a cult base. The second in Russia at a Spetsnaz complex. If the Russian government were led to believe that the aliens had landed on Earth and subsequently slaughtered an entire unit of their soldiers, Kane's plan to make the world believe they were in imminent danger would become one step closer to a reality. That object in the forest, that's supposed to be the UFO, isn't it? It was planted there? Visser nodded. You couldn't be more correct. The man's running an intricate operation, which is why we've got to put a wrench into it as fast and as hard as we can. So what happens next? Luke asked. In about an hour, Kane's forces are going to storm the place. They're going to do the same thing they did to your team, Colt added. Have his super soldiers kill all the Spetsnaz and then inject them with a necrotic agent. The deadly alien strikes again, and nobody's safe, not even some of the most skilled soldiers in the world. The US government will eventually find out and compare the incident to what happened in Montana. And it's going to keep happening all around the world until there's only one conclusion left to draw, Visser said. We tried explaining the situation. Another non-Spetsnaz soldier added. But like hell they were going to believe us. Our Russian's also pretty rusty. I think some things got lost in translation. We believe you now, one of the Spetsnaz said in English, stepping towards us. But only for now. If what you're saying does not happen... His face suddenly morphed into a vicious sneer. Well, you've killed 5 of my men. I don't care what drugs you've taken to become so strong. We will fight back. I heard one of the Spetsnaz in the back shout something to the effect of, And you couldn't bring anything for us? Sounds good, Chief, Visser replied, ignoring the outburst. But I promise you, we're saving lives here. The Russian soldier didn't seem impressed, Nevertheless, he stepped back for the time being. "So, from what it sounds like, they won't be expecting us, right?" Armin asked. I think it was the first time I'd ever heard him speak. Visser nodded affirmatively. "Good," Armin responded. "Makes our job simpler." "What's the size of the force coming for us?" I asked. That was something I couldn't confirm, but we've got 12 guys on the serum here. We should be fine, Visser responded. I nearly forgot about that. The enemy was superhuman, but so were we. "So, what are these?" I said, holding up my rifle. "Decorations?" Visser grinned. "We're going old school, baby." He rolled up his sleeves, showing off his wrapped wrists. "Hope you've kept up with your hand-to-hand training." The rest of the soldiers followed suit, dropping their weapons and beginning to stretch out their limbs. There's a reason I preferred assassination from a distance. I wasn't a fan of getting punched in the face and tossed into walls, but I suppose there was no getting out of this one. Visser walked over and tossed me a set of hand wraps. "We might hit hard, but we're hitting pretty hard targets as well. Don't want a broken wrist." The Spetsnaz soldiers hung back as the rest of us moved to the front. I already knew I was going to be hurting like hell by the end, so I prepared myself mentally. I'd been pummeled to near death a few times before, and I couldn't really afford to lose any more brain cells. Visser tapped his watch as the hour dwindled, and soon enough, we started hearing movement coming from the corridor up ahead. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and clenched my hands. I told myself that I was about to do something good, something that would benefit humanity in the long run. For a moment, that made me feel better. That feeling faded quickly when I looked at what had appeared in front of us. A horde of unfathomable creatures had gathered at the dining hall entrance. Their dark gray bodies were centipede-like, with a sizable stinger at the end of their tails. Their torsos were thick and slimy, with 4 veiny, beefy arms attached to the sides. Their fists were the size of bowling balls. They had 2 circular mouths lined with sharp teeth on either side of their face, with 3 sets of glowing, piercing eyes on top. Their hairs were wild and spiky, almost like blades shooting out from the top of their heads. Of course, none of us knew how to react. I looked over, watching as Colt's expression turned blank. "What the fuck?" Before he could even finish the sentence, the creatures began charging at us, shrieking so loud it felt like my brain was shaking. Safe to say, I don't think this was part of the plan. "Good grief," Colt muttered. "Things just can't be simple for once, can they?" The creatures were slow in their approach, but not as if they were sizing us up. There was something peculiar about the way that they moved. Not quite like predators hunting prey, more like a drone approaching its target. Their movements seemed calculated, methodical, almost robotic. "You said aliens," one of the Spetsnaz yelled out from the back. "So what the hell is this?" "This doesn't change much," Colt said. "These things are still here to kill you guys, and we're here to stop them." The creatures continued advancing at a steady pace. I looked back at our rifles, which were laid out on the tables. No matter how strong I'd become, the last thing I wanted to do was fight these things with my bare hands. Ah, hell. I turned back around, seeing that the creatures had begun charging. I clenched my fists. It didn't really look like I had a choice. I stepped forward as one of them lunged at me. I could only comprehend just how massive the thing was once I got up close to it. Not only did it tower over me, its body was well over 10 feet long. I twisted my hips and punched its head. It certainly did some damage, but at the cost of my knuckles shattering. A few seconds into the fight, and I was already in deep water. I jumped back due to the pain, but the creature just kept charging. It raised its stinger, and I was ill-prepared to block it. It stabbed me in the arm, not quite penetrating my skin. It still hurt like hell, though. I could see something dripping out of the tip as the creature pulled its stinger back, some kind of dark green fluid. I rushed forward and tried putting the creature into a standing choke before it could strike again. But it didn't work. The creature slammed me in the abdomen with one of its arms, sending me backwards and leaving me breathless. "Oh, screw this," I muttered. I pulled myself up and rushed over towards the rifles. I aimed the barrel at the creature's head and began spraying. Even though just about every bullet hit head-on, the abomination still wouldn't go down. Its head would snap back slightly with every impact, as bits of its skin and flesh exploded. Dark-colored blood spilled to the floor as it continued pressing forward, seemingly unbothered by the injuries. I cursed again and reloaded, before once again emptying the entire magazine into its face. It finally dropped this time. Even then, it still wasn't fully dead, jerking and writhing around on the floor. I clutched the rifle like a bat and slammed it into the back of the creature's head until it broke. That finally managed to finish it off for good. The adrenaline rush was so intense that it took me a second to notice it. There was something sticking out of the creature's flesh. I approached the corpse cautiously in order to get a closer look. I wasn't seeing things. Buried within the bone, cartilage, and tissue appeared to be wires, as if it were some type of robot. Before I could inspect any further, another one of these things lunged at me. I leapt back before gauging the situation around me. I spotted Colt fighting off two of the creatures at once barehanded. There were 4 more lying limp around him. The guy was a monster himself. But the rest of us weren't doing so well. Luke was trying his hardest not to get pummeled, while Armin was thrashing on the floor trying not to be strangled. Strangulation. I wouldn't have expected these kinds of creatures to resort to something like that. Everybody else was facing a similar struggle. The only one holding their own was Colt. But there was also someone missing. Somebody I couldn't immediately spot. Looking for something?" a voice from behind me said. I turned around, seeing Visser with a wicked grin on his face. "Visser, what the hell?" He interrupted by punching me hard in the throat. I began gasping for air as I fell to my knees. I looked up, watching as he casually strolled away, before walking up to Luke and unceremoniously breaking his arm. I tried standing up, but ended up getting knocked back down by one of the creatures. I could hardly fight back as it wrapped its massive hands around my throat, simultaneously drilling its stinger into my leg. This time, it managed to break my skin. What it was trying to do wasn't a mystery. It was injecting the necrotic agent into my veins. To my surprise, it let go of my throat before I passed out completely. In retrospect, it made sense. These things were probably programmed to move on after the injection was completed. I sat up, struggling to funnel air into my lungs. I looked around again, watching as Visser effortlessly subdued the rest of our team. At the same time, the creatures seemed to be completely ignoring him. Eventually, he made his way over to Colt, who still had his hands full with multiple creatures. Colt screamed something at him, but I couldn't hear what he said. Visser responded by punching him in the face. Compared to the rest of us, it took him a little longer to take down Colt, but he still managed to without breaking much of a sweat. It also didn't help that Colt was being tag-teamed by the creatures. With our team entirely down for the count, the creatures turned their attention towards the Spetsnaz, who'd been witnessing the entire ordeal at the back. These guys were done for, I thought to myself. Fighting these creatures was a hellish experience, even with the serum. I could only imagine facing them in my mortal state. It'd be a complete and utter slaughter. But the Spetsnaz didn't seem worried at all. There was no fear in their expressions. Their faces were stone, as if a gang of mere hooligans were standing in front of them. Some raised their rifles, some grabbed their knives. Despite the impossible odds, they were still going to fight. The lead Spetsnaz stepped forward before shouting something in Russian, and then they charged. As expected, it was a short, brutal struggle. I looked back at Visser. He appeared to be recording the entire thing, keeping only the Russians and the creatures in frame. Even though he only managed to capture a few seconds of footage at most, he took off right after. I suppose he got what he came for. It was shocking just how horrible the plan had gone. The Spetsnaz we were supposed to protect were all dead. Half of our team was knocked out cold, while the rest were injured. And not only that, Visser had apparently set up everything. A mole amongst moles. I could only imagine what was waiting for us next. The creatures had become stationary after finishing off the Russians. The details were all starting to align. These things were just machines made to look like biological entities. These were fake aliens. I could see Colt slowly pulling himself up as blood leaked from his nose and a large gash on his forehead. "Where'd Visser go?" he asked, spitting out blood. "He took off," I responded, after recording everything. Colt's eyes turned wide before he suddenly bolted up. He can't get away," he said, before sprinting back down the corridor like a bat out of hell. Everybody else was too roughed up to follow after him, but I wasn't. My right fist was broken, but that was about the extent of my problems. I started running after Visser as well. We made it out of the underground complex and back into the woods, where we could see a trail of fresh footprints in the snow. We tracked his trail for about 5 minutes before finally catching up to him. He didn't seem too alarmed. In fact, it looked like he was just taking a casual stroll through the woods. Colt wasn't about to waste time asking him any questions, immediately charging at him like a bull. He tried taking Visser down, but was met with an abrupt knee to the face instead. I tried running at Visser as well, but was knocked down before I could even lift my arms. It happened so quick that I'm not even sure what kind of move he pulled on me. In any case, I wasn't getting back up. It felt like my liver had just burst open. Colt wasn't done yet, though. With blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and eyes, he lifted himself up and started advancing towards Visser once again. What happened next was a one-sided beatdown, and Colt must have thrown over 50 strikes with only a couple landing. Even the ones that hit didn't seem to faze Visser in the slightest. He just shrugged everything off. Visser grabbed Colt by the arm and delivered a rib-shattering kick, which sent Colt tumbling back down to the ground. We were done for. Visser just looked at both of us and sighed. Commendable effort. You boys aren't giving up on the mission. I can respect that. He leered over Colt. But that also means I'd be dumb as hell if I let you live now. Visser grabbed Colt's throat and squeezed. You're a rat bastard, Colt rasped out as the air slowly vacated his lungs. Yeah. It is what it is. I wanted to pummel Visser right then and there with every fiber of my being, but I couldn't. I could only crawl towards him at a futile pace. I'll get to you next, buddy. Don't you worry, he said, grinning smugly at me. Colt stopped struggling after about 10 seconds. There you go, Visser said, almost in a whisper. Night. Then he turned his attention to me. If you told me 10 years ago that this is how I'd die, I'd probably laugh in your face. If you told me the same thing 1 year ago, well, that's a different story. At the end of the day, I had nobody to blame but myself. I never could go down the normal route, no matter how much the people in my life pleaded, no matter how much worry I caused them. I only ever wanted to live for myself. I still don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I suppose things could have been different, could have been better. Your thoughts race when death is lurking right in front of you. I don't know if time was slowing down in my mind, or if Visser was just taking his sweet time walking over, but I had a lot of time to think. A lot of time to regret. I sighed and closed my eyes. I never really believed in reincarnation, but at that moment I tried. I just hoped that I'd do better in my next life. I was waiting for him to kill me, and I kept waiting. But it wasn't happening. Eventually I opened my eyes. Visser was standing only a few feet from me, but his attention was focused elsewhere. I followed his gaze, spotting Luke standing at the edge of a clearing behind us. One of his arms was completely mangled, thanks to Visser, and he was bleeding profusely from a wound on his cheek. Despite that, he was still there, holding a pistol. Visser looked perplexed at the sight. I can't say I would have reacted differently. I couldn't comprehend what Luke was trying to do. Didn't I just kick your ass? And now you're here, pointing that pea shooter at me? I mean, I get it. I'm just as dedicated as the next guy. But this is getting ridiculous. Luke just grinned. I didn't want to waste this on you, but I'm kinda glad that I get to. He fired the weapon, hitting Visser in the chest, but not with a normal bullet. The projectile was some kind of liquid-filled capsule, staining Visser's clothes and neck as it exploded upon impact. Visser looked at Luke, the smugness in his expression replaced with genuine concern. Now what in the hell was that? Try kicking my ass now, you son of a bitch, Luke responded. Visser's face contorted into a grimace as he stepped forward, but he couldn't even make it a few yards before collapsing. He went into a violent coughing fit as blood burst from his mouth. Oh, damn, he muttered. My father once said that no matter what you have, Luke began, it can still be taken away in a heartbeat. I never doubted him. He looked at me, tossing me a pair of handcuffs. Do me a favor and restrain him for me, Luke said, as his injured arm dangled gruesomely to the side. I'm a bit screwed up right now. No rush, though. He ain't going anywhere. I looked at Visser, who was still writhing and coughing up blood on the ground. I looked over at Colt, still lying limp beside him. I was seconds away from sharing the same fate. Maybe I had. Maybe I'd really been strangled lifeless and this was all just some posthumous hallucination. But I don't think the dead could feel as pissed off as I did in that moment. What happens next? I asked Luke. He shook his head. I don't know for sure, but I think things are about to start moving quick. Oh, what the hell did you do to me? Visser asked, still retching up mouthfuls of blood. His skin was becoming more red by the moment. Screw you, Luke responded. You don't get to ask any damn questions. Here's what we're gonna do. You give us the information that we want. He held up a vial of clear liquid. And I'll give you the antidote. Antidote? To what? Visser asked. What do you think? You have about 10 minutes before your skin starts bubbling up like a pizza in an oven. It's gonna look nasty. Say goodbye to that handsome face. Visser let out a pained chuckle. Oh, nice bluff. I don't feel shit. I'll survive whatever the hell this is. I had to commend his dedication to the lie. His face was going beet red, and his eyes looked about ready to pop out from his skull. Luke sighed. We can wait then. Let's see if your tune changes in the next few minutes. I couldn't tell what the hell Luke had blasted him with, but I'm sure as hell glad none of it was splashed onto me. The amount of pain that Visser was experiencing It seemed to multiply with every second that passed. After only a minute, he began screaming his lungs out, as if his head was being crushed under 10,000 tons. "You don't feel anything, huh?" Luke asked coldly. "What the hell was in that bullet?" I asked him. He just shook his head at me. "I'll tell you later." He walked over towards Visser and knelt down beside him. "I'll bet you're going through hell right now, aren't you? Well, brace yourself, 'cause this ain't even the peak of it." "New York," Visser muttered out. Luke grinned. "Now we're getting somewhere. If I fail to deliver the footage, then the next attack's gonna be in New York." "All right, so how do we stop it?" Visser let out an excruciating groan. He was starting to turn crimson. The sewers. They'll come out of the sewers." "Which area?" "Lower Manhattan." "When?" 2 days. 2 days from now, around noon." Luke nodded before standing back up. "New York, huh? Couldn't have picked a more generic place." "That's everything I know," Visser said, gritting his teeth through every word. "Give me the damn antidote." "One more question. Is Kane gonna be there himself?" Visser responded with a strenuous nod. "I think so. The damn antidote. Come on, man." "This?" Luke said, holding up the vial. Instead of handing it over, he opened it up himself before pouring it down his throat. Visser's expression dropped. "This is vodka. There is no antidote." Luke walked off, leaving Visser to scream in agony by himself. I'd be lying if I said that the whole sequence wasn't a bit jarring for me. I just had to stand there for a moment, watching him. It was like a train wreck. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. As big of a piece of shit as Visser was, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him just a bit. 2 days, Luke muttered to himself. That ain't a lot of time. Hell, we don't even know if he's telling the truth. So, that's where we're going? Manhattan? Luke nodded, although his face seemed to be stuck in a permanent grimace. We gained intel at the price of 2 valuable assets. 2 of them? I asked. Colt, I understand. What was the other? The bullet I shot at, Visser. That was supposed to be for Kane. It's the only thing that's capable of taking him down. I nearly choked on my own saliva when he said it. Are you kidding me? The words came out of my mouth almost instinctively. Why the hell would you waste it on him then? Relax. We had 2. There's 1 bullet left. We just need to have perfect aim. No big deal. What the hell was in that bullet? He went silent at my question before letting out a brief chuckle. You know what? I don't actually know. Before he gave me a further explanation, the rest of our team made their way into the clearing, all looking pretty roughed up. Armin came through first, his eyes widening upon seeing Colt's body. Ah, damn it, he muttered. His eyes then moved over to Visser, still convulsing on the ground. His dismay turned into anger as he stared at Luke. Oh, don't tell me you used it, Armin said, his eyes fixed on Luke in a death stare. What the hell were you thinking? He was filming the entire attack, Luke responded, his voice remaining calm. Could you imagine what would have happened if that footage made it to anybody significant? Armin shook his head, visibly pissed off.
It doesn't change the fact that you just took the biggest risk of all time. Did you get anything out of him at least?
Luke nodded. Next attack's gonna be in New York in 2 days. They're coming out of the sewers. Apparently, Kane's gonna be there as well. Armin took a moment to calm himself down.
Well, let's see if your decision pays off, or if you just screwed us permanently.
Yeah, Luke said, starting to walk off. Quit being so dramatic. Let's get to the plane.
Hang on,
Armin called after him.
What about your arm? Can you even move that thing?
Without turning back, Luke used his good arm to flash the OK symbol at him. Armin shook his head and mumbled something before following after him. I began walking as well, but felt Visser grab my ankle after only a few steps. You don't understand, I heard him mutter. I didn't even look down. I just shook his hand off of my leg and continued walking. Over the years, I've learned that some things are better ignored. After trekking and retracing our steps through the grueling woods, we found the plane waiting for us. The pilot scanned our group, but didn't say anything about Colt's absence, but I could certainly tell that he noticed it. Luke outlined our next steps on the flight back to New York. As expected, it was a bit haphazard, but we didn't have the luxury of planning ahead. Since Lower Manhattan was a relatively large place, we had a lot of ground to cover. Luke estimated that we'd be able to gather around 90 guys who were on our side in the short amount of time that we had. But that also meant telegraphing our plan to Kane's entire faction. That meant there was no going back, that this was going to be our final stand. And taking out Kane was also going to be difficult since we only had one bullet. And can't we just make more of them? Why do we have to rely on one? I asked. No can do. The only person capable of making these bullets is Kane himself. Oh shit, I wasn't expecting that. One of our moles actually managed to steal 5 of them from Kane's private lab, Luke continued. But then, things got messy. He was killed and we only managed to recover 2. And to be honest, I'm surprised Visser didn't know about it, or else he would have realized I was bluffing about the antidote. I guess Kane keeps some things pretty close to his chest.
And now we only have 1,
Armin added, glaring at Luke. But does Kane know that we have it? Luke nodded. That fact certainly don't help. He'll be expecting us to use it. With everything considered, it sounded like we were going to need a miracle to pull this off. Luke went on to list our 2 priorities in order of importance. Number 1, do not let any of the fake aliens out of the sewers and into the city. Number 2, eliminate Kane. They were simple in concept, presumably tougher to execute. One aspect of the plan bothered me more than anything else. We were barely strong enough to take down a single creature by ourselves. How the hell are we going to deal with an entire horde without Colt? Luke and Armin briefly glanced at one another. They almost seemed worried as they did so, as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed both of their minds simultaneously. We do have somebody stronger than Colt on our side, probably even stronger than Visser. A secret weapon, if you will. I squinted at him. So, why the hell wasn't he here?
Because he's frickin' insane,
Armin responded.
He ain't a secret weapon. He's a last resort.
I'll call Valerie, Luke said, standing up. Have her wrangle him into New York.
Yeah, you do that,
Armin said, before looking over at me.
Brace yourself. Once we get to New York, it's gonna be a shit show.
When I was still in middle school, my math teacher once told me that I'd end up in the sewers if I kept phoning it in during class. I guess he was right. It was around 5 a.m. when we landed in Staten Island. The flight over was pretty quiet, with both Luke and Armin holding expressions that I knew all too well. It was the expression that one might make when they weren't quite sure what was going to happen next. "This is as much as I can help you," the pilot said, as he tried to hide the weary expression on his face. We nodded at him as he prepared to take off. He didn't seem enthusiastic about sticking around to see what would happen next, and I couldn't blame him for that. Losing a friend in cult couldn't have felt too good either. We only had to wait about 10 minutes to be picked up. 4 vehicles, all different makes and models, pulled up, with a taller blonde woman coming out of the lead car. Her face seemed to be frozen in a perpetual grimace as she walked up to Luke.
"What the hell have you done?"
she said through gritted teeth, looking just about ready to break Luke's other arm on the spot.
"I thought you knew how to follow simple instructions."
"Yeah?" Luke responded, holding a similar expression to hers. "And I thought you knew how to recruit people. Your guy Visser was a damn mole, Valerie."
"What the hell are you talking about? Are you sure?"
"The sumbitch turned on us and then started filming the attack. He also killed Colt. So yeah, I'm pretty damn sure." Valerie's expression suddenly changed as she muttered something under her breath. And then she looked over at me.
"He's the new guy, right?"
I nodded in response.
"And Colt's the only one on our side dead?"
"Yeah," Luke responded.
"Good. I guess we broke even then. Time to go to Manhattan."
She turned, heading back towards the vehicle. I looked over at Luke, who just smirked. Wouldn't get on her bad side. We drove from Staten Island deep into Manhattan, before finally arriving at an unassuming-looking Chinese restaurant. "Let me guess," I said as we pulled up. "Another secret CIA base?" "Don't sound so surprised," Luke said as he hopped out. At that point, I suppose nothing should have surprised me at all. We passed through the main dining area before descending into the basement to find about 30 armed soldiers getting geared up. "Is this everybody?" Luke asked.
"Just about. Except for Gustafsson. He's in the freezer. I had a hell of a time getting him over here."
"Gustafsson? Is that the secret weapon you guys were talking about?"
"Last resort. And yeah."
Marcus Gustafsson. He was a 6'7" Swedish-American SOG agent who opted to join the fight against Kane. As with everybody else, he was also given a dose of the serum, but his body's response to it was a bit different from everybody else's. His strength and speed were elevated to ludicrous levels, far surpassing even Colt's. And couple that with his massive frame, and he was essentially a human wrecking ball. Those boosts came with a drawback, though. In exchange for his physical prowess, his mind degenerated into something comparable to a primal beast. If anybody were to stand in front of him, they were getting bulldozed, regardless of who they were. There was only one feasible way to control him, and that was by putting him into freezing temperatures. And when that happened, he was capable of retaining some degree of his old self, some degree of sanity.
"If we take him out, we'll only have about 30 minutes until he loses control again,"
Valerie continued to explain.
"And that means we'll have to work quick."
"Shouldn't be a problem. We only have to cover the entirety of Lower Manhattan's sewer system."
"Just get it done. You know how important this is. And don't fuck it up."
Luke rolled his eyes. "You don't need to tell me that, all right? Focus on yourself." She shot him a glare before walking away. "Jesus," Luke muttered, shaking his head before turning to me. "But she's right. This is important. It's also very dangerous. You've survived so far, but I couldn't really tell you what's about to happen next. If you want to back out right now, then that's fine. Your choice. With all that said, are you still coming with us? I already knew that the question was nothing more than a polite gesture. I could tell that I really didn't have an option at all. I was already in pretty deep, after all. And if the world really was at stake here, then they needed all the help they could get. I nodded and shook his hand. In some strange way, it felt like my fate had been sealed from the start regardless. We were headed into the sewers. We split up into 10 groups in order to cover more ground. I was with Luke and Armin, of course. The plan was simple in theory. We just had to locate where the robot aliens were being kept and eliminate them all. If we ran into Kane himself, then we needed to radio Valerie, lure him towards a rendezvous point, and shoot him with our last bullet. From there, we'd have to neutralize the remaining bolts and organize a scrub of any trace of their existence. And if things became a little too overwhelming, we'd have to resort to unleashing Marcus. I didn't say it'd be easy, just straightforward. I could think of about 100 different ways this could go south pretty quick. Nevertheless, this really was our only shot. As hard as I tried to mentally prepare myself for our descent into the murky tunnels, I still couldn't stop myself from gagging as we waded through the calf-deep river of who knows what. Luke and Armin weren't even trying to suppress their amusement at my discomfort. Is this funny? Does it smell good to you guys or something? We've been through a lot worse. This ain't really much in comparison. You want to hear some stories to pass the time while we search? Luke asked. I didn't take him up on the offer. I had to focus on not throwing up instead. After about 15 minutes of walking, we came across one of the creatures, which caused me to flinch as the light attached to my rifle illuminated it. Thankfully, it was dead. It also seemed to be different from the ones we'd encountered in Russia, more gruesome in appearance. It was about twice the size, so big that it nearly blocked the entire tunnel. It was also covered in what appeared to be boils, large, pulsing spheres that were fighting for space across its torso. Luke walked forward cautiously before quickly turning away, his hand clamped over his nose. Jesus, it smells like death, he muttered. Armin grabbed a knife off of his belt and stepped forward. What are you doing? I asked him. I just want to know what we're dealing with here. He chucked the blade at one of those boils, causing it to burst open. I couldn't stop myself from puking a little bit in my mouth after seeing what came out of it. These things began crawling out. There had to be dozens of them, all about the size of a large rat. They looked like spiders at first, but as they crawled closer to me, it became evident that they were just smaller versions of the creature. It looked like something straight out of hell itself. Oh, screw me. Weren't these things supposed to be robots? He looked around before stomping on one of the creatures and completely pulverizing it. I don't see any wires here. I looked back at the creature, watching as the boil started to bulge and thrash, as if the monstrosities within were getting ready to hatch at any moment. Biotechnology. Real taboo subject. It makes sense, though. Why build robots from scratch when you could just breed the organic matter and modify them at maturation? He seemed to know quite a bit about the topic. But still, I suppose this complicates things. Since the creature was blocking most of the tunnel, and we didn't want to risk accidentally popping another one out, we took a different route in order to keep searching. As noon began closing in, we still hadn't managed to find anything else of note. I could tell that Luke and Armin were getting worried, although they were doing a good job of hiding it. My mind began drifting and conjuring up images of these creatures running amok in Manhattan. How would people react? How the hell would the world respond? My thoughts suddenly halted when I started feeling something below me. It was rumbling, coming from beneath our feet. It didn't take a genius to realize what this meant. The creatures weren't being held in the sewer tunnels. They were being held underneath of them, and it seemed as if they were already on the move. We were 10 minutes away from noon, so we didn't exactly have the time to process an extensive plan. We simply had to act. Armin pulled out something that looked like a large block of C4 before planting it in the water. He detonated it, causing the water to flow into the hole that had been created. I could see another tunnel beneath as the rumbling continued to increase in intensity. Armin tossed a flashbang and we hopped down. There were no soldiers waiting for us, but what we found there was startling regardless. It wasn't just another sewer tunnel. It was a hallway, one that looked like it could have been plucked out of any office building. We were all in disbelief as we walked forward, staring at the inexplicable sight around us. We began hearing footsteps coming from the corridor behind us only moments later. It was no mystery what the source was, and we'd made a hell of a lot of noise coming down. I raised my rifle just as a group of soldiers turned the corner. I opened fire, but none of them even flinched in response. Of course, they were all on the serum. I glanced down at my watch, 5 minutes before noon, and from the sound of it, an entire army of robots were marching beneath us. "Let's go!" Armin yelled. I turned around, watching as him and Luke began running. We scrambled through corridor after corridor, trying feverishly to find another way down while evading the soldiers simultaneously. The pressure started mounting as they began converging on us at seemingly every corner. As hard as we looked, there didn't seem to be anywhere for us to go. Not that we had much time to begin with. We soon found ourselves in the middle of an intersecting corridor and being boxed in by soldiers in every direction. They weren't shooting at us or even running. Instead, they approached us calmly, almost as if they were robots themselves. I suppose they didn't need to rush. We were completely trapped.
"Ah, screw it,"
I heard Armin say. I looked over at him, watching as he pulled out another block of C4. "What the hell are you doing?" Luke asked.
"If it worked once, it'll work again. Brace yourselves."
He planted the explosive right beneath our feet and detonated it. I could feel a surging pain overwhelming my entire lower body as the floor broke beneath us, causing us to fall deeper into the strange underground complex. I'm not sure how far we fell. It had to be at least a few dozen feet, possibly a lot more. My head continued to ring as I tried to regain my bearings, looking around to see that we'd fallen into some sort of lab. And the more I looked, the more bizarre things became. The place was massive, almost too big for me to comprehend how it could have even been built. There were rows upon rows of glass chambers, filled with all matters of grotesque creatures. I looked over at Luke, who also seemed completely dumbstruck by the sight. Armin was fidgeting with the radio, likely trying to call Valerie.
"I can't reach you. I guess these things don't work this far below ground."
"Of course they don't. We gotta find a way out of here." Armin shook his head.
"Nah, we have to finish the mission. We need to find and kill Kane."
"What are you talking about? The invasion's already started," Luke responded, clearly floored at the thought of it.
"Does that change anything? We still got a job to do."
"Come on, man. Let's find a way out of here. Then we can regroup with the rest and come up with a better plan. There's nothing we can do here." Armin seemed to hesitate for a moment, his expression showing signs of apprehension. But in the end, Luke's words wouldn't deter him. He ran off by himself before either of us could say anything else. "Ah, hell," Luke muttered as he grabbed my arm. "Let's go." "Aren't we gonna go after him?" "Do we have time? The guy's made up his mind and we have our own asses to save." As wrong as it felt leaving him behind like that, I decided to follow Luke. I suppose he was right. This mission was over. Still, The chances of us making it back to the surface didn't seem so high. Also, what would be waiting for us once we got up there? Noon had already come and passed. I could only imagine the chaos that was already transpiring. As we ran through the seemingly endless lab, I could hear footsteps chasing us once again. We finally reached what seemed to be the end, only to be met with another adjacent corridor. This one lined with rows of metal doors and panels of glass in between. I glanced into a few of them as we ran, seeing people in heavy medical gear wielding massive tools, staining the walls with blood of unknown specimens. This whole operation clearly went deeper than Luke or I, or anybody on the outside could have imagined. We ended up running into another group of soldiers, who were storming right towards us from the other end. This time, there was no way of evading them. We were stuck in the middle of the corridor, with nowhere else to run and no more C4 left to detonate. Even if there was another level below us, I doubted that I wanted to see what was there. We just had to face them head on. I ran forward in an attempt to force myself through, but was immediately pushed back, the impact leaving me gasping for air. As I scrambled on the ground, I could feel an immense pressure wrapping around my neck, almost as if I was being strangled by a python. I didn't stay conscious for much longer after that. When I finally came to, I found myself sitting on the floor, my arms and legs bound by some kind of metal restraint. I tried struggling, but they wouldn't budge. I looked around, seeing just about everybody else in there with me. Luke, Armin, Valerie, and a larger, extremely beat-up man who I could only assume was Marcus. Even our last resort had been captured. We never really stood a chance, did we? I made eye contact with Luke, and then Armin. I knew that we were all thinking the same thing. This was nothing short of a complete and utter disaster. The rest of the room was pretty much empty, which was strange, since it was apparently large enough to hold upwards of 50 people. I had to wonder how much time and effort went into building a place like this. I could see a few soldiers guarding the exits, but no security beyond that. I couldn't understand why they hadn't just killed us. We must have just sat there in silence for about 15 minutes before somebody else finally walked in. It was a man of average height and extremely muscular build. Everybody else seemed to recognize him, as they stared with wide eyes and flared nostrils. As I would soon come to find out, this was Kane, the man behind all of the madness. He gave off a bizarre energy as he walked towards us, with his carefree movements and impossible-to-read expression. I wasn't sure if I was just going crazy, but I knew that I recognized him somehow. But I couldn't quite place where those memories may have stemmed from.
"Why don't you just kill us, Kane?"
Valerie said.
"There's no chance in hell we're joining you."
"Because that wouldn't help anybody," he said, stopping a few feet away from us. "You never gave me a chance to explain my intentions."
"That's something you have to earn,"
Armin said.
"And you lost that when you started murdering people."
Kane glanced over at him before shaking his head. "They wouldn't listen. I tried reaching out to them and they refused to hear me out. But I'm a patient man. I'm willing to give everybody here another chance. I'll explain why all of this is necessary." He paused for a moment, clearing his throat. "The first thing you need to know is, I'm not from this time. I'm not from a time where everything was all right, where anything made any sense. I come from a time of strife, from a place of absolute horror. I'm from the future."
"Oh, come on,"
somebody shouted.
"Screw off. You expect us to believe something like that?"
Kane didn't flinch at the outburst. He just continued speaking. "It's a substantial assertion, I understand that. One that requires proof behind it." He reached into his pocket and taking out a small, rectangular device that almost looked like a pistol magazine. He pointed the device at the ground, before firing off some sort of projectile. It looked like a metal circle, and quickly expanding upwards and forming what almost looked like a large oval-shaped mirror. But I have proof with me. I'll show you the future. The glassy substance within the mirror began morphing before we all found ourselves looking at an unfathomable scene. At that point, I had to wonder if I'd been hallucinating the whole thing. Perhaps this was one long, visceral fever dream, from CIA conspiracies to alien robots to some alleged time traveler that I vaguely recognized. None of it could possibly be real. But if that was the case, then why wasn't I waking up? I continued staring at whatever was unfolding in front of me, what was supposedly our future. It looked like Earth, but just barely. It wasn't even apocalyptic in the traditional sense. It almost looked like another world entirely. There was a forest, but the trees seemed to be much larger than they should have been. As I looked closer, I realized that the wood was covered in veins, and that the leaves had teeth, biting at these bird-like creatures that flew a bit too close. The mountains in the back had thick black smoke billowing out from the peaks, while the gargantuan entity lurked behind them, its colossal tendrils wrapped around the base. Grotesque creatures larger than airplanes populated the neon sky, while the lake below seemed to bubble with the activity of obscured monstrosities. It may be odd to accept, but it's the truth. This is a recording of the future. I was sent back with one purpose and one purpose only: to prevent this at any cost. We need a united population. The way the world is right now, with its superpowers at odds and countries locked in perpetual conflict, won't cut it. And it's only going to get worse from here. We won't be ready for the real invasion. We need a unifying event to save us. You can hate what I've done. It's justified. I understand. But just know that all of my efforts have been for the greater good. I wasn't quite sure what to think. Kane spoke with an air of confidence that couldn't have been denied. His words had conviction behind them, his tone unfaltering the entire way through. The evidence he was presenting was also undeniably significant. Was he right? Were we on track for a future as horrific as the one he was showing us? And could it be helped if we joined him? As convincing as it all seemed to be, there was one thing that I couldn't shake. A feeling deep within my psyche that told me that all of this was wrong. That the man standing in front of us was absolutely not to be trusted. Where had I recognized him from? On top of everything else, this was starting to drive me crazy. Kane began walking around, intently scanning our group, looking for a shift in attitude. I know it feels like I betrayed you all, and I'm sorry for it. But there are some things that simply need to be done. Soon enough, he made his way over to me and stopped. Had he recognized me first? A new recruit, he said, looking down at me. I suppose I don't have the same kind of history with you. I'm sure everything your comrades have told you about me came from a noble place. But I'm just trying to save life as we know it for the future generations. What do you think? Are you with me? I looked up at him, staring into his eyes directly for the first time. And that's when I figured it out. I realized where I'd recognized him from. It was unmistakable. One of his eyes had likely been injured in the past, leaving nothing but a milky white behind. The sight of it had triggered a memory so repressed in the back of my mind that I hadn't thought about it in years. I nodded my head. Yeah, I'll join you. Kane got down on a knee, getting eye level with me. You're sure? He asked. This is important. I want to fight for the future. He smiled. I could tell that he hadn't recognized me at all. Thank you, my friend. Soon enough, you'll know that your decision was the right one. What the hell are you doing? This is a trap.
He's not telling you the truth?
Armin shouted. I ignored him, continuing to look forward instead. Kane went ahead and loosened my restraints before holding his hand out to me. I accepted, and he pulled me up to my feet, patting me on the back. "Your descendants will thank you," he said. I stepped past him, walking towards the strange mirror world. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course," Kane replied, walking over to me. "Why can't you remember me?" Before his expression could even register the confusion, I grabbed him by the neck and sent us both crashing into the mirror. We fell through, hitting dirt as we did so. As I'd expected, he wasn't showing us a recording of the future at all. This was something else entirely. As we scrambled on the ground, I saw the device fly out from his pocket, landing on the ground a few feet away. This also ended up closing the portal entirely. "Oh!" Kane screamed. "What the hell have you done?" I leapt up and tried grabbing the device but was pulled back down and slammed by Kane. He really was strong, but I couldn't let him win. We continued to fight, although it gradually devolved into a one-sided beatdown. I may have bitten off more than I was able to chew with this guy. He ended up cracking me across the jaw with a vicious elbow, which caused me to black out for just a moment. I fell to the ground, stars now littering my vision. Kane stood over me, his face twisted into a spiteful grimace. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. I really couldn't believe that he didn't remember. What was one of the most disturbing moments in my entire life must have been par for the course for him. My encounter with Kane happened early in my career, back when I was a little more optimistic about my future. I was in France, where I'd just been paid for a contract and was riding high on my emotions. I just needed a few more paydays and I'd be good. Then I could move on to bigger and better things. I was walking through Paris at night, enjoying the crisp breeze and a nice expensive cigar. At one point, I turned into a completely empty street, which is where I saw her. It was a young girl, maybe in her early 20s, walking by herself. Something that wouldn't have been a cause for concern on its own, but the details made it quite alarming. She seemed to be wearing nothing but a torn hospital gown, and her movements were frenetic, almost as if she wasn't quite sure where she was going. She soon spotted me and began running over. I backed up just a bit, unsure of what to expect from something like this. Perhaps she posed no physical threat to me, but any and all risk was better off avoided. In any case, I eased up as she got closer. She looked to be in extreme distress. She began speaking to me, her words coming out in a rapid and jumbled mess. My French wasn't great to begin with, so trying to decipher what she was saying proved to be quite the task. However, I could make out a few key phrases. "Help me, please," and "Save my brother." She grabbed my arm and began pulling me, trying to get me to follow her. I was hesitant at first, but ultimately relented. I knew that this could end horribly for me, but the idea of being the hero gave me hope for some kind of catharsis. Maybe I could wash away all of the morally ambiguous things I've done with one act of altruism. I really did think that was how the world worked back then. Eventually, she led me to what must have been the most decrepit building in the darkest corner of Paris, a place that looked so uninviting, even the most daring of ghost hunters would have avoided it. "The basement," she said, looking up at me with teary eyes and a petrified expression. She really must have experienced something horrifying in there. "He's in the basement, please hurry," she said in French. Against my better judgment, I went in. The place looked like it must have been a store at one point, but I couldn't have been too sure. The smell of mold lingered in the dusty air as I walked, hand gripping my pistol as I searched for a door leading down. It didn't take me long to find it, and I began traversing down the rickety wooden steps, trying to make sure that I wouldn't get clocked in the back of the head with an axe once I got down. I ended up in a hallway, which felt strange, since it didn't line up with the rest of the building's aesthetics. This place looked newer and relatively well-maintained, as if it were actually still being used for something. I got to the end of the passage, where a locked door was waiting for me. I went ahead and kicked it down, revealing an even stranger sight beyond. Another hallway, this time with metal doors and windows on either side. At this point, I began tensing up. It felt as if I was seeing something that I really wasn't supposed to be. Most of the rooms were empty, evident from the fact that their lights were off and I couldn't see anything inside. There was only one that wasn't. Light poured into the hallway from one window near the end. I remember my arms shaking as I got within a few steps, feeling the pressure in the air getting heavier every time I inched forward. And then I looked inside. Through the window, I could see a bloody operating table with a boy strapped to it. His stomach was opened, and it looked like a few of his organs had been removed and replaced with some mechanical counterpart. And then, the man who was operating on him came into view. His face had been blurred out of my memory for so long, but I was seeing him clearly now. He was standing in front of me, both in my mind and in real life. He saw me looking at him and gave me a sinister grin, one that was equal parts smug and sadistic. It was as if me stumbling upon his operation wouldn't be a problem for him in the slightest. I could feel my arms raising instinctively, my mind screaming at me to shoot and kill him. I could tell that I was looking at an extremely dangerous individual. I fired off 3 or 4 bullets through the glass, all of them hitting the man square in the forehead. But instead of dropping to the ground, his grin just grew wider. It almost looked inhuman, as if there wasn't actually a man there at all, just a primal force of destruction. I remember backing up slowly, my limbs completely stiff from the shock. The man opened the door and stepped out, approaching me in a way that was disturbingly nonchalant. I tried getting up and running, but I didn't make it too far. I blacked out after only a few steps and woke up some indeterminable amount of time later, face first in the grass and dirt. My head was pounding as I got up, finding myself standing in a park near the hotel I was staying at. My phone and wallet were still in my pocket, so I checked the time to see that it was 9 a.m. the next day. For the longest time, I couldn't tell if what I'd experienced was real or not. Eventually, I settled on the latter. I thought it was better to just delude myself than consider the alternative. But I remembered one thing very clearly from that night. I knew where the building was, the one that the girl had led me to. I almost didn't want to do it, but I knew that I had to. I needed to go back into that building and see what was really there. So that's what I did. I ventured all the way back down those streets, feeling my unease mounting every time I got closer. I could almost see that girl running in front of me again. If all of this was real, then where was she now? Eventually, I made it back to the spot where the building was, half expecting it not to be there at all. But that wasn't the case. It was still there, now sealed off by police tape. The cops who were guarding the place eyed me curiously as I walked past. I almost considered asking them what had happened in there, but decided it was best not to. Over the years, I gradually managed to purge that memory from my system. I convinced myself that there was absolutely no chance something like that had actually happened, and that it was all better off forgotten. It looks like I've been wrong the entire time, but it's also how I knew that Kane wasn't telling the truth. I'll ask again. Who the hell are you? He spat at me. As Kane continued approaching me, I was at a loss for what to do. The device was still on the ground behind him, but getting it was a secondary concern. I needed to prevent him from snapping my neck first. Fighting him directly was obviously out of the question, so I needed a more creative approach. But what was I supposed to do here? As I tried backing up away from him, I felt a sharp pain in one of my arms. I looked down, seeing that some kind of insect had burrowed its way up from the dirt and was now gnawing away at my skin. Not long after, I began feeling something shifting below me. The insect that had bit me, a worm-like creature, began growing longer and longer as it rose up from beneath. After only a few seconds, it had become taller than an adult male, showing no signs of slowing down either. And then, the ground itself began rising up. That wasn't just some insect. It was attached to something much larger, and we were right on its back. Dozens of worm-like appendages began shooting up out of the ground as the creature decided to stand up, understandably pissed off at our presence. It started moving, causing both Kane and I to stumble as it did so. On top of that, the creature's appendages began lunging at us, gradually chipping away bits of our flesh. I stood up and took my knife out and tried to intercept some of them with my blade before they could bite me further, which proved to be a task more difficult than I could manage. I could hear a deep growling from below, feeling the vibrations at my feet simultaneously. This thing must have been bigger than the White House. There was enough room on its back to play a few rounds of golf. I looked over at Kane, who seemed to be handling the appendages easier than I was. I shouldn't have been surprised. He was probably familiar with the creatures here. One of them wrapped around my ankle before nearly dragging me off of its back entirely. I managed to cut it off just before that could happen. I looked down at what was beneath, seeing much larger appendages lurking below, their mouths wide open and lined with knife-like teeth, presumably waiting to snatch us up as we fell. I scrambled away, a shiver overwhelming my body at the thought of it happening. But I also realized something in that moment. In order to beat Kane, I just needed to use my surroundings. Easier said than done, but that was my only chance. I got back up, looked him dead in the eyes, and ran right towards him, ignoring the pain from the relentless bites in the process. He saw me coming and threw me to the side, and pushing me closer to the edge of his back as he did so. But that's exactly what I'd expected him to do. Kane was already preparing to charge back at me. I stood, as if I were getting ready to meet his charge with a rush of my own. He moved first, as I waited for a few seconds before moving myself. I could see the rage in his eyes as he got closer to me. He wasn't thinking rationally anymore. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have fallen into the trap that I'd set for him. If we collided head-on, then there was no doubt that I'd be the one who'd get bodied off, so I wasn't going to do that. Before we could make contact, I quickly moved to the side, putting my foot out just far enough to trip him over it. He was moving so fast that he could hardly react in time. I watched as his body flew forward, stumbling downwards and out of view. I didn't let myself breathe until I heard him scream. It must have been the deepest breath that I had taken in years. But I wasn't done yet. I began looking around me, searching for his portal device. I knew that I wasn't getting out of here without it. I spotted it at the other end of the creature's back, getting dangerously closer to falling off with each step that I took. I ran over to it, managing to grab it just before that could happen. I looked over the device and saw an array of buttons and switches, none of which I could possibly comprehend the function of. There was one button at the center that was clearly larger and more distinguished from the rest. Before I pressed it, my mind began running down the list of things that might happen. There was no guarantee that this would take me back, that this would even take me anywhere better. I looked up, taking in the apocalyptic hellscape around me. In some ways, it was quite beautiful. I'd never seen a sky with that kind of color before. It was almost mesmerizing. Nevertheless, I sure as hell knew that I couldn't stay. I pointed the device down before pressing the button, and to my relief, another mirror-like portal began materializing. As I prepared to move through it, the creature suddenly stopped moving. It fell to the ground with a large thud, causing me to land on my ass. All of the appendages stopped bothering me as well. Was it dead? I thought to myself. I could hear something coming from behind me, something that sounded like labored breathing. I turned around, and coming face to face with one of the most horrific sights I could have seen at that moment. It was Kane, covered in bloody bite marks. There had been a huge chunk taken out of one of his arms, while a portion of his skull had been exposed at the top. He began limping towards me, his expression so demented that I couldn't even meet his own eyes with mine without feeling complete despair. "You thought that would be the end of me," he said in a raspy growl. "I won't stop. I'll never stop." I stopped thinking about what might be on the other side, and turning my back on him and jumping through the portal. I could feel cold wind biting at my battered skin as I did so. I found myself standing in freezing drizzle along a rocky beach shore. I quickly pressed the button again, closing the portal behind me, just as Kane was getting ready to make it through as well. It was finally over. Despite the excruciating pain that I was in, my lips curled into a grin, and I began screaming into the wind. This was my moment of catharsis. I looked at my surroundings, seeing no signs of any creatures around. It did seem like I was on Earth again. I began walking, trying to find my way back to some sort of civilization, but my body had pretty much reached its limits. I passed out before I could make it anywhere. Thankfully, somebody found me before I could freeze to death. I woke up in a small wooden cabin, basking in the warmth of a space heater placed right next to my bed. My wounds had all been bandaged up, and there was a nice, savory scent lingering in the air, which caused my mouth to water incessantly. I wasn't quite sure how long it had been since my last meal. I sat up and looked around, spotting a woman, probably in her early 30s, cooking over a stove just a few feet away from me. She saw me looking over and smiled. "Oh, good. You're awake. Are you hungry?" She sounded Icelandic. I guess that's where I ended up. Even though I'd tried controlling myself, my manners were pretty much non-existent at that point. I slurped up 5 bowls of that stew without a care in the world. The woman didn't seem to mind, though. She didn't ask that many questions either, and I appreciated that. "Oh," she said as I put the last bowl up to my mouth and ate the last pieces of fish. "This is yours, isn't it? I found it lying a few feet away from you." She was holding the portal device. I'd nearly forgotten about it. I thanked her and put it into the drawer beside the bed. It's been a few days since she found me. Even though she said that I could stay here for as long as I'd like, I don't plan on bothering her like that. Using her laptop, I've done some research, and I've concluded that this is not the same Earth that I left behind. It's similar, but not identical. A few key details have all but confirmed that. Back in my world, Kane has already started the invasion, and even though he's dead, I'm pretty sure he wasn't running that whole operation alone. Hell, I can't even be sure that he is dead. I'm not going to take the easy way out and stay here for the rest of my life. After all, I still have a mission to accomplish. That might take some time, though. Hey everybody, Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, thanks so much for listening to the video. And I'd like to give a huge thank you to Mr. Outlaw for allowing his story to be narrated. He has a playlist on the channel of more of his stories if you'd like to hear more. He's written some of the greatest creepypastas around, all the way from "My friend has been living in an alternate reality" to "I'm a guard stationed at a secret government facility." Check out his Reddit page if you'd like to see more. And if you noticed, this story was 2 hours and all done in one upload. If you prefer getting the story in one shot instead of in multiple parts, leave a comment down below, or let me know if you prefer the story broken into segments. And, as always, thanks for listening, everybody. I write to you now, but I do not write from my room, with a bed so soft and a window so bright. I do not write from my home, with couches so comfortable and food so good. Oh, food, how I miss it. Water, too. If I could get one drop, oh, how I would thank God. Well, I'd thank someone for it, anyways. I do not write from my treehouse among friends so dear and chirping birds so near. I do not write even from the world you live in right now. No, I write from a place much, much worse. It's ironic, because during my last moments in the world, I couldn't imagine any sort of place worse than the place we call Earth. I thought such a place couldn't possibly exist. How wrong I was. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Patrick, and for you to understand my train of thought, I'll need to take you back a little. Back to the world of God. Your God, no longer mine. Put me on. Oh, the 80s, what a time to be alive. Great movies, great music, somewhat, great friends, great family, great house, great life, Sorry, I'm rambling. 11 years old, that was me, living in a suburban home with my mother, Sarah, my dad, Vincent, my asshole 13-year-old twin brothers, Darren and Bryce, and of course, my 5-year-old sister, Nancy. Come to think of it, I wonder how she's doing right now, sweet little Nancy. She was always so precious, so innocent. I hope what we went through together never changed that. Anyhow, I can remember the day so clearly. I was playing a basketball game of 2-on-1. I was the one against Darren and Bryce. The two jerks were destroying me, of course, never hasting to shove me around and taunt me. "Patrick, you're ass at this," they would say. Well, of course I was ass. I was an 11-year-old, playing 2-on-1 against two 13-year-old boys. Actually, you know something? I'm going to stop calling them names. See, when you're on Earth, it's easy to call your family members names and quarrel with them constantly. Where I am, though, you'd give anything just to hug them for 5 seconds and tell them how much you love them. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling again. Well, soon enough, our mother called us in, as we were having some guests over that night. Our new neighbors. The new neighbors in question were the Hofmeister family. Up to that point, all I had heard my brother say about the Hofmeisters were things like, "They're creepy as hell," and "weird-ass people who gotta go." I didn't share these opinions, and they seemed like okay people to me. Nonetheless, the Hofmeisters came over that night. The family consisted of 3. First, there was 60-year-old Eileen, a skinny woman with short gray hair, always wearing black dresses. Next, we had none other than 60-something-year-old Leo. Don't really remember that bastard's age, nor do I care to. Also extremely thin with a long nose that would make the pasty white guy on the Pink Panther show jealous. Then there was David, their 11-year-old insecure adopted son. I'm pretty sure Leo and David are in the same place I'm writing from right now, but I'm not certain. See, we don't really get to speak with anyone else here. Anyways, it was quite an eventful evening. Eileen and Leo had tea with my parents while Darren, Bryce, David, and I hung out in our treehouse playing cards. In the treehouse, I started to get to know David a little better. I must say, though, he seemed a bit on the weird side. He was pretty awkward when it came to discussing things such as where he moved from or what life home was like.
Still, he was a nice kid. Just really shy. Later that night, when the sun went down, my brothers had already gone home, and David and I were walking down our street lamp-lit road. That's when he invited me to his house for a bit. It was a Friday night, so I figured it'd be okay. Let me say this. His house was big. It was the biggest in the neighborhood. Down at the end of my street, sitting high on a hilltop as if it were better than all the others. Behind it was a large field that eventually merged into some woods, which lined the horizon. Entering David's house, we walked into his kitchen, where he told me to take my shoes off so as not to upset his parents. I heard some footsteps upstairs, and so I figured his parents must have gotten back from my house. We sat down at his counter, eating yogurt, with David continuing to dodge my questions about his home life, or just his life in general. All I knew was that he was adopted. Soon enough, I heard Eileen upstairs. "David, come upstairs, please," she said. David told me to stay put, as he'd only be a minute. And just like that, he was gone. I sat alone in their kitchen finishing off my yogurt cup. I decided to get up and look around a bit to keep myself busy, while David was upstairs doing whatever the hell he was doing. Looking at the fridge, I got a look at some of the pictures that were magnetized to it. These included family photos with the grinning faces of Eileen and Leo, and the frowning face of David. Why did David look so unhappy in all of these? Oh, and another thing, there was a photo on their fridge of some kid sitting on the floor of what looked like a cellar, and just staring up at the camera with a blank face. Strange. I then walked over to a shelf in their living room, which was stocked with framed photos and figurines. Lots of self-portraits here, including one of Eileen, her expression blank, eyes looking very cold and lifeless. For some reason, it kind of reminded me of this portrait I'd seen once of the famous cowboy named Buffalo Bill. The same sort of stare and expression and whatnot. Anyways, sorry, I don't even know why that came to mind. I started looking at some of the figurines on the shelf. A Mickey Mouse doll, a monkey doll, this one creeped me out, and a pentagram necklace. Oh, and there was also a crucifix necklace, but the cross was upside down. What idiot messed that up? I thought to myself. I then realized that David had been gone for a while, and I was getting a little bored with looking at people's decorations. I decided to go upstairs and find them. Walking up the stairs, I began to hear some weird noises coming from one of the other rooms. It sounded like chanting, and as I got to the top of the stairs, I confirmed that it was. I looked down the upstairs hallway of the Hofmeister home and saw that one of the rooms had a light on inside. The door opened just a crack. As I walked toward the door, I could clearly hear Eileen and Leo chanting in some weird language I'd never heard before. I slowly crept towards the room, a decision I regret to this day. I pushed the door slightly open, just enough to see Eileen and Leo on the floor on their hands and knees, bowing down to something that was just out of my view. I didn't dare open the door any wider than I already had, even if it meant satisfying my curiosity to see what in blazes they were bowing down to. From my point of view, I could see a small cauldron filled with a steamy liquid. Leo was blowing cigar smoke and spitting rum into this bowl. The whole atmosphere in the room was different. I don't really know how to describe it. It was like I could feel the presence of someone else in there, but I couldn't see them. And then I saw David in the back corner of the room, curled up in the fetal position, bawling his eyes out. He looked more terrified than anyone I'd ever seen. Up to that point, now is a different story. David's terror only grew when his mother, if you even want to call that awful witch such a thing, stormed over to his corner of the room and grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him up off of the ground in an attempt to get him to bow down to whatever they were bowing to. I could see fear grow when he watched Leo pull a rooster out of a burlap sack and chop its head off in a brutal animal sacrifice. Then his face went white with horror as he realized how much trouble he was in, when piss began running down his leg and onto the floor. That did it. Eileen began slapping David over and over and over again, angrily screaming at him, "You never, never, never do that in front of the beast," she screamed. The beating eventually stopped, and David was just a heaping mess in a puddle of his own tears and urine. This was when I decided that it was a good idea to get the hell out. I turned to exit, but in my haste I knocked over one of their many picture frames that lined a desk upstairs. I winced when this happened, knowing that it was about a 99.99% probability that the devious couple down the hall heard it. I rushed down the stairs as quick as I could, nearly tripping myself. I didn't care, I just wanted to get out. Still, poor David. I wished I could have done something to help. Grabbing the door handle, I prepared to make a hasty exit out of the front door of that dreaded house. Then I stopped dead in my tracks. Holy shit, please tell me. Yep, my shoes were still in the kitchen. I ran for dear life towards the kitchen, locking onto my shoes like a missile. I grabbed them. Yes. Hello, Patrick. No. I looked up to see Eileen, standing on the upstairs balcony, looking down over me with an overly friendly expression on her face. I was frozen in place. Do I run? No, that'll just look stupid. Also, she'll know I saw what those creeps were doing up there. Hey, I managed to utter out. I didn't realize you were still here, Eileen said, in a much too friendly manner. Oh, yeah, sorry. No need to apologize, but it is getting quite late. You should get home. Don't need your parents coming over here now, do we? No, we don't, I thought to myself. I managed to stammer out some stupid reply before saying goodbye and rushing to their front door, bursting out of it. I'm never going back there, I thought to myself. If only that were true. As I ran home, I looked back at the house, and what I saw chilled me to the bone. In one of the bedroom windows was Eileen, just standing there, staring at me. When she saw me look, she raised her hand and waved. That was it. She knew what I saw. Damn it. Well, I ran home as fast as my feet could take me. I immediately told my brothers, told them about the beatings, the chanting, the cauldron, and Eileen repeatedly addressing someone or something in the room by the names The Beast and Lucifer. Well, my stupid brothers proceeded to spread the story around the whole entire school until everyone knew. Everyone knew that David's parents were the freaky witches at the end of the street. Exaggerated and blown out of proportion, the story spread like wildfire. David refused to talk to me, knowing it had to have been me who spread the rumors. I felt horrible for him, but I didn't know what to do. I was too afraid to get the police or child services after what I saw at that home. I was too young to know that was what I had to do and that it wasn't a choice. I tried to push the whole thing into the back of my mind. That was until Halloween night, a few weeks later. Good old Hallows' Eve. It was one of my favorite holidays. That Halloween night, I was doing what every kid should be doing, trying to pack as much candy as humanly possible into one pillowcase in one night. My friends and I were trying to hit all the local neighborhoods so we'd be able to mow down candy for months. But my plans were ruined when we ran into my brothers and their devious, loudmouth friends. My brothers took me aside and told me I had no choice but to show them the window of the room I had seen the Hoffmeisters doing their deeds in. There was no arguing my way out of it, and I soon found myself back at that dreaded place. My brothers, their friends, and I stood in the Hoffmeisters' yard on the side of their home. In the driveway were moving trucks. I wasn't surprised. Those people had been humiliated. I was actually really happy these creeps wouldn't be living down the street from where I would sleep anymore. My brother Darren confirmed that they were moving away because of the rumors. Well, before I knew it, my brothers were forcing me to climb a tree to get a better look into the window in the side of the house. They wanted to see if there was anything batshit crazy that would be visible in it. And of course, being the pushover I was, I climbed that tree. It seemed like all was going well, until the light in the window shut off. This was the first sign that something was wrong, but before I could get down from the tree and tell my brothers to piss off, we all heard the front door open. Of course, my brothers and their friends took off, leaving me up in the tree alone. Eileen must have heard them because the next thing I knew, she was prowling the side of the home and examining the muddy footprints left by my brothers and their friends. This is it, I thought. I'm going to accidentally snap a branch or fall or something and she's going to catch me. But by some miracle, Eileen didn't see me up in her tree and went inside. Well, I hightailed it out of there, leaving my pirate hat and part of my Halloween costume lying on the ground in their yard. I never wanted to even look at that damn house again. I sprinted down my street and through my neighborhood, and all the way down to the schoolyard, where my friends and I agreed we'd meet up after my little brother's schemes. And to my utter dismay, my friends were nowhere to be found. All I could say at that point was that my brothers had better still have my damn candy in their possession. I looked around the schoolyard a bit more. Nothing. Not a sign of my friends. It must have been pretty late at that point. There weren't even trick-or-treaters on the streets anymore. I knew my parents were going to kill me, so I started to head home. A walk home on Halloween night was the coolest thing ever. It was peaceful, spooky, and unsettling, all at the same time. I kinda liked that creepy feeling. It was what gave Halloween its charm. But I don't really like the feeling of terror. And kind of like the terrifying feeling that came over me when I noticed that I was being followed by Leo Hoffmister's pickup truck. Great. Behind me were Eileen and Leo. Leo, of course, being the lapdog that he was driving. Eileen was sitting in the passenger seat. They knew. They knew I had spread those rumors. Who else could have? No one. I was their only visitor in their new home. I ran as fast as I could down the street, their old blue pickup truck continuing to cruise after me. I eventually veered off the sidewalk and into the woods. I ran faster than I ever had in my life that night. Dashing through the woods, I looked back over my shoulder to see their truck, which was now parked on the road next to the woods. Holy hell, I thought. I'm dead. These people are nuts. Unfortunately, looking at their truck parked, I didn't see the fallen tree trunk in the middle of my path. And as you probably guessed, I tripped over it, knocking every last bit of air out of my lungs when I hit the ground. I crawled, gasping and wheezing for air. And the next thing I knew, the menacing figure of Eileen was standing over me. She looked so frightening in the moonlight, her gray, stringy hair being illuminated as the rest of her face remained dark and hidden. Even more frightening was when she held out my pirate hat and dropped it onto my lap. Great. That was strike two for sticking my nose where it didn't belong. And somehow I got the feeling that I wasn't getting a third. "Aw, Patrick, you took a nasty fall," sneered Eileen. "Let us take you to our new house and take care of you there. We'll make you feel healed and new." I pleaded with her, telling her that I was fine and I needed to go home. Of course, she didn't listen. The witch clutched my wrist and dragged me out of the forest over to their truck. I was dead meat. I was so frickin' dead. Well, I would have been if it hadn't been for a passing neighbor who caught the two in the act of forcing me into their truck. Eileen and Leo managed to bullshit their way out of the situation before getting in their truck and quickly driving away, leaving me behind. I went home and told my parents about the entire ordeal. The cops were called, yet after several days of searching, they were stumped as to the location of the Hoffmisters. According to them, they weren't at their old house, nor had they been in their new one. No record of apartments or hotel rooms were on file either. Those demon-worshipping, child-abusing scum had vanished off the grid. I was fine with that, and decided to try to get on with my life, hopefully never even having to think about the Hoffmisters again. However, it wasn't long before I began noticing some weird shit going around in my neighborhood. What do I mean by that, you ask? Well, first off, there were a couple of instances where I would see a kid on the street, walking up the road in a trance-like state. And where did they walk to? Why, none other than up that damn hill and into the dreaded Hoffmister home. And keep in mind that I was paranoid at the time, and my bedroom window looked right out onto the street, so I was the only one noticing this stuff, at least the only one in my home. I tried telling my parents, but they were just annoyed by it, and telling me to quit letting my fears get the best of me. I still haven't forgiven them for it to this day. Then again, all I want right now is to tell them that I do forgive them. The strange occurrences then began to take an even scarier turn. One night, I woke up to hear the whispering of my little sister, Nancy. I got out of bed to have a look. As I walked down the hall and toward her room, I began to make out what she was saying. Things like, "Uh-huh," and "Okay, I'll go." I opened her door just in time to see her standing on her knees in the bed, staring out the window. But that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was seeing a scrawny, female shadow being projected onto Nancy's bedroom wall by the moonlight. The second I called out to Nancy, the shadow seemed to scurry off. I rushed over to her, asking her who she was talking to. My little sister hadn't the faintest idea of what I was talking about. I told my parents, and this time, my dad jumped out of the bed at the prospect of someone standing outside of Nancy's window, but he went outside to find no one. Well, I began to run my mouth again. You'd think I would have learned the first time around, to my brothers. Darren and Bryce, along with their friends, started to develop a newfound interest in all this Eileen talk. Something about that creepy place at the end of the street amused them, gave them a rush. They loved that type of stuff. Another thing to know about Darren and Bryce was that they had a knack for sneaking out of the house on Saturday nights, something my parents hated, but never really took enough action to prevent. And sure enough, my brothers and their friends snuck out one Saturday night to check out the old Hoffmister home. This time, though, I went to accompany them, but I sure came to know about it, because after my brothers went missing that night, one of their friends, who was smart enough to get out of there early on, told me about it. The police went over to the Hoffmister home, a search warrant and all, to investigate. They found nothing there. Nothing. But as usual, I continued to be the one making the terrifying discoveries. This time, it was a VHS tape that I found sticking out of the VCR in my room one morning. Popping the tape in, the first thing I saw on the TV screen was a static shot of a cellar. The cellar was so dark and dingy looking, almost like a dungeon. And suddenly, the camera began to jiggle around a bit, and whoever was picking it up pointed it at none other than my brother Darren. Darren was tied down to a chair, unconscious, looking bruised, battered, and abused. Boo! The loud yell from the camera person jolted Darren awake. The camera person was Eileen. She began to laugh sickly as Darren came to his senses, immediately beginning to cry. Who the hell would do this to another human being? That was my brother. I watched in horror as she continued to verbally torment Darren, eventually getting physical with him, smacking him in his face, his chest, and eventually his groin area. This woman was a sick, filthy freak. It wasn't until I saw Eileen begin to pull a sickle out of her pocket that I shut the tape off. Part of me wanted to go on. I had to know if Darren was dead, but couldn't watch. I couldn't bear to witness my brother get tortured like that. I rushed upstairs to my parents' room, leaving the VHS and the cassette player. But my parents were gone. They'd vanished. Oh shit, am I next? Well, when I walked downstairs, I stopped dead in my tracks on the stairwell. My blood ran cold as I noticed Eileen Hoffmister in my room, carefully removing the VHS tape from my VCR with latex gloves. She caught my stare. I swear the second we made eye contact, my heart skipped a beat. She grinned at me and waved, saying, "I'll be back for you two tonight." And just like that, the witch climbed out my window and was gone. I rushed to Nancy's bedroom, now frightened out of my wits. Oh, thank God Nancy was still there. She was sleeping soundly. That is, until I woke her up. I ran in screaming and crying, probably scaring the poor girl to death. I didn't tell her about the videotape, I just told the police. That night, our neighbor Betty, a frail old woman, babysat us at our home. No one had a clue where the heck our parents were. Outside of our home were 2 police officers keeping watch over the house. And Betty was always a great neighbor, and such a nice old lady, the nicest woman you'd ever met. I'm sure she's in heaven right now. If she didn't get to go to heaven, well then I don't know who possibly could. Anyways, I was pretty antsy that night, even with cops guarding our home, and I unfortunately was antsy for a very good reason. When the sun went down, I heard our back door open and close. Was it my parents? I suddenly got very excited, rushing to the door to see them. However, all that was there was one person's muddy footprints on my floor. Something wasn't right, but no one could have gotten inside our home, could they? The cops were outside. I rushed upstairs to get Betty. Running into my parents' bedroom, I heard the shower running. Banging on the door, I called to Betty to try to get her attention, but no answer. Then I realized that nobody showers with their hearing aid in. Oh no. That's when I heard Nancy scream downstairs. I rushed down, really not wanting to go into her room, but I knew I had to. When I got to her room, yeah, you guessed it. She was gone. Window flung open. Where the hell were the cops? Taking matters into my own hands, I got my shoes and ran out the door. Running down the street, my eyes adjusted to the darkness just in time to see Nancy entering the forest, the same forest that lies next to the hill upon which the dreaded Hoffmister home sits. I called out to her desperately, but she was in a trance, just like the other kids I had seen. But no one would believe me then. Mustering up every ounce of courage I had, I ran after Nancy as she disappeared into the darkness of the woods. I ran deep into the dark forest, my feet making loud crunching noises on the gravel path beneath me. Catching up to Nancy, I pleaded and begged for her to come too. She couldn't snap out of it. I began pulling her away, but she continued to walk deeper into the woods. Then, to make matters worse, I spotted Eileen, who was about 30 to 40 feet down the path from us. I couldn't snap Nancy out of this damn trance. I'll never forget the way her eyes looked, hypnotized and dilated. It reminded me of the trance that the snake Kaa from the Jungle Book put people in. Out of pure desperation, I reared back and slapped Nancy in the face, finally snapping her out of it. She had no idea what the hell was going on. She just knew to run from Eileen. Eileen immediately broke into a run after us. I'd never seen a woman in her 60s run that fast. And faster we ran. We were getting away until Nancy's nightgown got caught on a tree branch. I tugged and tugged at her nightgown, desperately trying to free her. But Eileen got closer and closer, snickering sickly under her breath. When Eileen got within about 15 feet of us, Nancy's gown finally tore away from that damn tree branch. We darted to the exit of the woods, rushing out onto the street. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Eileen turn around and disappear into the darkness of the woods. We looked around on the street trying to find the police car that was supposed to be guarding our home. When we finally found them, they didn't even realize we were missing. The morons were smoking freaking Cubans instead of guarding our home from kidnappers. Unbelievable. I had never felt so neglected and unprotected in my life. My parents were gone, and now the police weren't even looking after me. The idiotic officers went and got Betty, driving the three of us down to the police station. And finally, a place I'd be safe, right? Trying to explain to the cops that my sister was placed under some kind of voodoo hypnotism spell was like talking to a brick wall. Some cops are so ignorant, not open-minded at all. That's something I don't miss about Earth. And people in authority were such douchebags. At least Betty agreed to stay the night there with us. See what I'm talking about? Nicest lady you'd ever meet. At some point, I fell asleep in the police station, and so did Betty and Nancy. What we woke up to was not at all what anyone ever wants to wake up to. Outside of the station, a roar filled the air. The roar was like nothing I had ever heard. That roar sounded like it came straight from the mouth of hell. The screams of policemen filled the air outside as we listened, scared for our lives. It wasn't until the roaring died down and the screaming stopped that we dared look out the window. And let me say, it wasn't a pleasant sight. Dozens of bodies were just scattered all over the parking lot. And here we were, tucked in a room in the back of the station, helpless. Nancy, Betty, and I crept down the halls of the station trying to find an exit. We passed an office just in time to get a look at one of the computer monitors, one that had CTV footage being fed to it. What we saw on the monitor was shocking. Eileen ripping a side door of the station off of its hinges. What was even more shocking was her face. Her eyes were demonic, her skin rotted and scarred like a zombie. Her teeth looked grotesque, as if she had meth mouth or something. Why the hell did she look like that? Now, I know the answer. She was possessed. That sick witch had willingly conjured up a spell to get herself possessed, just to get her hands on us. She ripped the door off of its hinges, rushing down the hallway towards us. She had us cornered in the office, and Betty, oh God, poor Betty, I couldn't believe my eyes. Eileen just picked her up by the throat, taunting her. It wasn't until Betty began to utter the Lord's Prayer that Eileen was sent into a fit of rage, pinning Betty to the wall and tearing her limb from limb, right in front of Nancy and me too. Looking back, I can't even believe a 5-year-old girl was forced to watch something so awful. I had never seen anything so terrible. Of course now, in hell, I've seen it a billion times. But after Betty was slowly disemboweled, Eileen collected Nancy and me. Leo drove up to the police station, and into the blue truck we went. No neighbor to save us this time. Before I knew it, I was back at the awful place known as the Hofmeister home. No furniture this time, no creepy portraits, no lights on. Just an empty shell of pure evil. Eileen and Leo took us into the living room, where they began to bicker with one another. Leo wanted to have his fun with Nancy, but Eileen told him to wait. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I wanted to get up and rip his head off, if only I could have. To this day, I wish I could have beat the hell out of that sick bastard. During this, I started to wonder where David was, probably meeting the same fate my brothers and their friends did. And my parents, oh, please tell me they didn't too. Leo eventually got impatient with Eileen, telling her he was going to get what he wanted for a change. He turned to look over at my precious little Nancy, grinning. "Come here, sunshine," he exclaimed. The rotten creep threw himself upon her. I rushed at him, attempting to stop him, but all I accomplished was getting a backhand to the face. When Eileen intervened, and telling him he needed to wait, she received a punch to the jaw. Well, that was a horrible idea. Did that moron forget his wife was possessed? Eileen grabbed Leo, picking him up by the back of his neck. Nancy and I took our chance and ran away. Of course, the front door was right in the path of Eileen, so we had to run deeper into the house to find another way out. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Eileen begin to bite down hard on her husband's face, chewing it like a dog on a bone. Leo's cries of pain were both horrifying and reassuring to me. He deserved what he got. Nancy and I rushed through the house, trying desperately to find a way out. Why'd that house have to be so big? It was like a maze. And the fact that we could hear Eileen's demonic growling as she desperately tried to relocate us, well, that didn't help either. But finally, we found a window that looked out over the side of the hill. I quickly unlocked it, hearing Eileen's footsteps grow nearer and nearer. There was a screen on the window, and I reared back and threw my hands into it, tearing it, guiding Nancy out, all the while listening to the haunting sounds of Eileen's feet hitting the wood floors. As Nancy jumped out, I yelled at her to run. I didn't have to tell her twice. As I began making my way out of the window, I suddenly felt the hand, or claw, of Eileen grab my shoulder. I screamed out, but no one was coming to help. Eileen picked me up with the strength of an Olympic strongman, carrying me down to the hallway and over to the basement. No, please no, I thought. Not the basement. Please, not the basement. Well, basement it was, as Eileen flung open the door and carried me down into the musty cellar. She got to the bottom of the stairs, clutching me in her arms, and a light flicked on. Immediately, a grisly figure was displayed by the dim light of the basement. It was a 7-foot-tall statue of the devil himself, complete with ram horns, ghoulish eyes, saber teeth, forked tail, and hooked feet. This was what they were bowing down to that night. It must have been, but now it was in the basement. Eileen plopped me down in a wooden chair so that I was face to face with this horrible statue. She tied me down. This time, it really is it, I thought. Eileen then pulled out a black book with some sort of satanic symbol on the front of it. I tried begging and pleading with her, telling her I was sorry for the rumors I spread. I even offered to tell the whole town that I was lying, and that the tales were made up. Why did I even bother? Eileen was having none of it. I then began to cry, asking her why she had to kill my brothers and my parents. Once I said this, Eileen developed a confused expression on her face.
I did what to them?
She asked in her deep demonic voice. Did you kill my parents?
Patrick. Lucifer does not want to see people die. He wants to see them in hell with him.
What? I asked in a sheepish tone.
Why, you could say your family is more alive than ever now.
And that's when the awful truth was revealed. Out from the dark corner of the basement, behind the statue, came my parents, my brothers, their friends, and those kids I had seen walking into the home. David was also among them, but they walked in a zombie-like manner. When they all stepped into the light, I saw into their pitch-black possessed eyes. Those horrible eyes were not the eyes of the people I knew. They all looked dirty and abused, and their skin looked like it had begun to decay. Eileen grinned with glee at this sight.
You see, Patrick, Mommy and Daddy are here. Say hi to Mommy and Daddy.
I looked at my parents, desperately trying to get them to respond to me, but they were gone. It was an awful feeling.
Hail, Lucifer!
Shouted Eileen. Hail, Lucifer! Hail, Lucifer! repeated the hypnotized people in monotone zombie fashion. And then Eileen looked at me.
And now, you'll join them.
Eileen opened the black book and began reciting incantations. The zombies, the people I once knew, encircled me and began reciting with Eileen. I pleaded with my brothers, with David, with my parents, but it was no use. They were lost. And suddenly, the statue's lifelike lips began to quiver intensely. I thought I was dreaming. It's funny, when something like this happens, all you think to yourself is, "Holy crap, is this really happening?" The statue's eyelids began to quiver as well, before opening to reveal pitch-black eyes. The eyes began to glow a vibrant red, just as the statue's jaw began to unhinge. And then, a loud roar erupted from the statue. This roar was even worse than Eileen's demonic roar, louder and much deeper. White mist in the shape of a human skull started to rise up from behind the statue as Eileen shouted in English, "Beasties hungry." I screamed a blood-curdling scream as the mist made a beeline for me, shooting straight into my mouth and down my throat. I screamed as I felt the evil spirit make its way into my belly, wriggling around in my insides. My high-pitched scream slowly began to grow deeper and deeper, turning into a demonic roar. This is what it felt like to become possessed. I was Eileen's now, but even worse, I was Lucifer's. The last months of my life were agonizing as I lost myself, lost who I was as a person. I became the evil, zombie-possessed slave of Eileen Hoffmeister, working to serve the devil himself. It was like a dream. I was in control of my actions, but I wasn't at the same time. My slave labor ended when my body began to slowly decay. That was when Eileen disposed of me, likely going on to replace me with another poor child. And that's why I am where I am now. It doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't deserve to be in this place. Sure, I lived out the last moments of my life serving God's adversary, but it wasn't my choice. Why, then, am I here? Some sort of mistake? Did heaven run out of space, or does everyone just go here? Are my parents here too? My brothers? Perhaps that's the worst part. I'm not even granted the answers to these questions. I just live in total darkness and extreme heat. Regardless, I know it's Eileen's fault I am here. It's all Eileen's fault. It was Eileen who stole me from heaven's true light. And that is why, from hell, I write. The Wanderer stood atop the crumbling cliff, eyeing the shadowy landscape below. The tall grass quaked at his feet, every blade shivering away from the soles of his worn rubber boots. The wind was fierce at such a height. The pinnacle of tortured moans tossed his clumped hair and whipped at his apron. The chainsaw felt heavy in his hand, his fingers frozen around the grip in a painful inability to let go. Occasionally, he squeezed them around the deteriorated foam handle, feeling every digit pop in its restless embrace. He could feel the aura of power calling to him, an intoxicating tether reeling him to the next worthy soul that could feed the teeth of his saw. Far below the rocky cliff was a rundown house, one that was built along the edge of a quarry. It looked like it was barely standing near the edge, ready to cave at any second. The sinister presence seemed to radiate deep within the walls of the shoddy structure. The chainsaw man felt the overwhelming sensation of bloodlust,
boiling in his fuel-festering veins. A feeling that the tall grass seemed to respond to. The blades flattened against the ground and shook in fear as the boiling rose throughout the Wanderer. A feeling the masked man himself had no trouble keeping under control. The mask on his face shook, vibrating so fast the outer rim was a blur. The man squeezed his fist and forced the adrenaline to subside, promising that soon it would be able to take the reins and swing the saw to its heart's content. Inside the beaten home was an enemy much stronger than the previous, one so strong he could feel its aura bleed out through the siding. The Wanderer took a step forward and free fell, letting his arms out to embrace the cool wind. The sudden rush of air whipped his wild hair as he watched himself plummet, feeling nothing but the thrill of the impending massacre. Even as he fell, he held his gaze to the house, feeling the demonic aura like an echoing heartbeat. It called to him, a song of anguish luring him in with a gentle, caressing hand. The ground rapidly approached, and the air whistled in the Wanderer's ears, holding his lusting stare as he positioned himself at the last second, his boots meeting the earth so hard the ground shook in protest. The bones in his legs shifted, a temporary inconvenience that would sort itself out before he even made it to the front porch of the gloomy destination. There was a sort of gravel driveway leading to the building, thousands of human teeth crunching under his boots, where gravel would be appropriate. There were no roads connecting to the driveway, only the rocky wall in which the Wanderer had just descended. It was almost like it was paved there just for him. The crackling mixture of molars and canines shifted under the weight of each step. The grinding sound was pleasant to him. It would have taken hundreds of victims to make such a thing, and the power of the individual responsible would be something worth seeing. The wind sang across the valley, wind that seemed to come from the direction of the rundown house. The Wanderer marched up the drive, the crunching teeth getting louder the closer he got to the porch. There were glinting beads watching him from under the steps, two little glassy eyes shining in the darkness behind the steps. The Wanderer continued his pace and watched the eyes without the faintest feeling of interest. Each step closer showed more of its appearance, cheeks and ears becoming visible until the entire face revealed itself. It was the head of a child, only a few years old. It looked to be floating in place, holding itself up with thin jellyfish-like tentacles. Its mouth was open blankly, and its eyes tracked the Wanderer as he drew close. He stopped and watched the face silently, feeling a trickle of power seep from under the shadows of the porch. The floating head looked like it wanted to say something, but the only sound to escape its lips was a repetitive gasp. Other orbs began to materialize around the child's head, little specks of pink neon blinking to life in sets. 2, then 4, a dozen, 24. The sense of power grew as the orbs surrounded the floating head. And then, in an instant, the head was gone. Hundreds of pointing teeth snapped down and devoured it, suddenly turning it into digestible pieces. The many eyes drew closer, followed by the skittering body of an oily spider abomination. It had too many legs to count, and they twitched in all directions, each appendage barbed like a scorpion's stinger. It hissed defiantly,
as if to warn the Wanderer to back off. The Wanderer simply stared at the arachnid hybrid, even as it revealed two crab-like pincers dripping with poison. The rusted iron mask strapped to the Wanderer's face just looked at it unamused, its closed eyes and a motionless visor offering nothing at its aggression. The chainsaw remained limp at his side. The spider hissed once more and retreated to an unseen hiding spot under the house. The Wanderer said nothing and climbed the steps, each board aching under his weight as he worked his way to the front door. All the windows were boarded up, and there was no way to see inside. The Wanderer tried the knob and was surprised to find it unlocked. Inside, the house was derelict. A thick haze of dust wafted through the abode like a cloud, the heavy particles catching cracks of light through the slits in the windows. It looked abandoned, plain living room furniture staged and unused like a forgotten movie set. Old rags and illegible newspapers littered the floor, along with random discarded trash. The garbage itself didn't make any sense, like it was someone's inclination of what garbage should look like. At first glance, it looked like nobody was home. The Wanderer took a step in and panned his head across the room. His body was stiff, in need of a kill, and the effort it would require from his body. Stagnant veins begged for stimulation, and the rusted blade felt empty in his hand. He moved through the house autonomously, determined to find the reason he was drawn here. There would be sufficient sustenance here. He wouldn't settle for otherwise. In the living room, there was nothing. When the empty kitchen failed him as well, he took down the hall to the bedroom, which produced only a heavily stained mattress and more boarded windows. The Wanderer looked around slowly, trying to pinpoint the heart of what had called him there. Outside, the wind assaulted the house, whistling cool air fighting its way through the siding to produce a draft. The air howled its tortured groan, the same tune the Wanderer had heard hundreds of times on his possessed search for challenge. But still, he craned his head. There was something off about this particular tune, an additional pain that sounded too close to him to be a part of the chorus. It was a moan, a tired bleating of weakness, and it was close. The Wanderer looked at the floorboards beneath his feet and tightened his grip on the chainsaw. Below, the hunchback waddled leisurely amongst the chain stock. A single light bulb hung from above, swaying in the draft from the wind outside. Men and women of every age surrounded him in the dingy basement. Those who couldn't hide in the dark simply covered their faces and whimpered. With their hope long lost, their only choice was to huddle obediently on the filthy concrete. Most were beaten and starved, stripped of their clothing and forced to wait in the perpetual line that led to the large wooden door. It was locked at all times, and only opened when the master required it to. The hunchback, his shrunken and malformed body garbed in a cloak stitched from the skin of many who had been processed, narrowed his eyes on a young woman. She was shivering and hugging herself, looking up at him with a single good eye, the other heavily bruised and swollen. He lurched toward her like a goblin, every 2 steps followed by a slap to the floor to keep from falling over. His other hand held dearly a key around his neck, one made of shiny brass. The young woman wanted to turn away, but was too weak to do so, only capable of helplessly watching as he shuffled over to her. The hunchback caressed her thigh with a bony finger, running the digit along the outline of ribs and the flutter of her stomach as she whimpered. He dug into his cloak with a giggle and produced a sharp, bony knife, one that he used to gently carve into the flesh of her abdomen. Her pain was hushed and disassociated, but he still found pleasure in it. The way her flesh cut easily, tender and lean. She would be a perfect next choice. Above, the ceiling exploded, followed by the heavy impact of a large, broad form. The hunchback wiped debris and dust from his face, in time to see the solid bulk of the Wanderer crouched before him. From behind a false metal face, the intruder was looking silently at the ground, where his knee had completely obliterated the young girl's face, her head along with it. He was already climbing to his feet, leaning on the blade of a rusted chainsaw to help himself up. His joints cracked as he stood tall, and the other cattle shrugged away from him, clawing and thrashing at each other to hide in the dark. Flustered and angry, the hunchback shouted at him, incoherent syllables meant for an insult, falling on deaf ears. The Wanderer shrugged him off and looked at the large wooden door. The master's room. There was no way he'd be allowed such entry. It was forbidden. With a scowl, the hunchback threw the bony knife at him to get his attention. The handle bounced off the Wanderer's face mask harmlessly and disappeared into the darkness of the damp dungeon. The Wanderer stopped and looked at the hunchback, his rusted face of closed eyes and mouth staring blankly in annoyance. He could hear the intruder squeezing the handle of the chainsaw, the twist of leather in his elbow-length gloves. The hunchback teased and dangled the key out to him, the only means of opening the door to the master's room. Its polished brass finish shined in the overhead light, catching the Wanderer's attention. The chainsaw-wielding man looked from the large wooden door to the key and reached out to take it. In a swift movement, the hunchback laughed and tore the key from his neck, promptly swallowing it. The Wanderer watched the cold iron work down the hunchback's wrinkly neck, already working its way to his stomach. The Wanderer watched him for a moment before looking at the door again. The sounds of wet chopping echoed off the walls as the butcher cleaved the arm from its shoulder. Heavy, precise swings made quick work of it, and soon the limb came free in a gush of blood. Spatter drizzled down the butcher's face, the burlap sack sewn permanently as a second skin with crudely cut eye holes. The man the arm belonged to, long dead and decayed, stared up at him with lifeless eyes. He returned the stare from the darkness of his mask, obscured eyes portraying no emotion for the massacring that had taken place. The butcher buried his cleaver in the corpse's forehead and let its dead weight hit the table and tossed the severed arm into a bucket. The room was dim, the scattered beams of gray light from the gloomy sky outside shining in through a single egress window. The light was enough to illuminate his workspace, the same dull glow painting the importances of the room. The wooden table and chopping block, the wall of hung butcher's cleavers and knives, the many meat hooks dangling from above on their grimy chains. There wasn't a single inch of the room not covered in arterial spray. The room looked more like a hollowed-out cave than a workshop. The butcher rolled his shoulder, stretching stiff and rippling muscle that pulsed against the straps of his apron. Now that it was cleared of limbs, he grabbed the torso and held it up to the many jingling chains hanging above. Links and hooks sticky with blood and gore,
all stemming from a grand spiderweb of them several feet above. With practiced delicacy, he pierced the torso and let it hang, and taking pride as it joined the sway of the dozens before it. He admired his work, each victim dismembered uniquely to be on display with their special hook. On the other side of the door, the butcher heard a ruckus. One of the cattle must have gotten out of line. He paid it no mind, pulling the cleaver free from the freshly hanging torso and returning it to the wall. He looked over the blades, each dull and caked in blood, but still worthy enough of use. Behind him, something slammed against the large wooden door. The force was enough to rattle the hinges and kicking up the dust in the dimly lit room. A cry from the hunchback rang loud, a sound the most curious in the redundant routine he was accustomed to. He felt his blood boil at the disturbance, unseen eyes immediately searching for the right tool to deliver punishment. He scoured the wall of cleavers and taking note of the different shapes of blades and the types of cuts they would provide. Something slammed the door again, harder this time. The hunchback was silent, something unusual for the pesky beast. The butcher looked up at the door expectantly, his large hands cracking knuckles as they curled into fists. He hadn't had a visitor in quite some time. The butcher watched as the door exploded, splintering chunks of wood breaking away from the hinges like a bomb had detonated. The deadbolt tore a portion of the wall with it, clearly unable to contain what wanted in. The butcher watched the doorway, wondering what was causing such noise. The heavy-set visitor stepped in, and the butcher noticed two things immediately: the rusted chainsaw held at one side, the bleeding remnants of the hunchback in the other. Holding him by his caved skull, the visitor tossed the body of the hunchback back at the butcher's feet before looking up expectantly through a metal mask. The Wanderer had found his adversary. He was bigger than he expected, nearly 7 feet of muscle, held back by an apron quite like his own, his face hidden by a burlap sack. His legs were the size of telephone poles, the stretch of canvas pants barely containing his bulk. The Wanderer looked upon the giant of a man and readied the chainsaw in both hands. Behind him, the many prisoners fought to escape from the hole in the ceiling, frantically climbing over each other in hopes for a better life. The butcher looked at the body of the hunchback, his face caved to a pulp like a broken pumpkin. His only form of mourning was a labored exhale before immediately turning to the wall of cleavers to his right. He reached up with both colossal arms and selected a cleaver from the very top, one with a foot-wide blade and a handle to accommodate its size. The butcher returned with his weapon of choice, brandishing it with a flex of his forearms. The pull of a ripcord, the scream of the saw, the Wanderer's blade roared to life, the thick black smoke erupting from the machine as he bellowed a battle cry. With abnormal speed, he crossed the room with a leap, swinging down vertically with his weight behind it. The butcher raised the cleaver in defense, a flurry of sparks grinding off his blade as the teeth bit angrily. He held the cleaver firm, pushing against the momentum of the Wanderer as he bounced back from his assault. Veins ran taut in his arms as he steadied the cleaver, face to face with the metal mass that invaded his home. Muscles flexed and he thwarted his strike, and the Wanderer immediately came down with another. As the chainsaw's blade blurred inches from his burlap sack, the butcher sidestepped and grabbed the Wanderer by the back of the neck and slammed him into the table. The surface erupted into broken lumber as the Wanderer crashed into the floor, the impact jarring his limbs as he was met with solid concrete. And before he could toss the rubble off of him, the Wanderer looked to see the heavy weight of the butcher's boot immediately following his head. He rolled to the side, barely missing the stomp, and a spiderweb of cracks formed where his skull had been. The Wanderer slashed upward with the chainsaw as he climbed to his feet,
knocking the cleaver away before coming down once more. The butcher was surprisingly fast for his size, bobbing and weaving away from the screaming blade before retaliating with his own. Sparks flew, and every clash lit up the room, and the scent of the black smoke mixed with the rot and decay in the room. The Wanderer swung wildly, a maniacal cry growing behind the mask with every deflected strike. In between slashes, the Wanderer connected a solid backhand, one the butcher shrugged off like it was nothing. He raised the large cleaver and brought it down harder, forcing the Wanderer to take a knee and brace against it. Even as the Wanderer folded under the strength of the butcher, he relished in the sickly sweet taste of power he held, one that seemed to grow the longer the fight went on. It radiated off of him like a bloody fog. The Wanderer braced for the next slash, only to feel the unexpected grasp of the butcher grabbing him by the throat. The headbutt he received was hard enough to shake the house. The Wanderer felt the metal mask crunch everything behind it, shattering his nose and blacking both eyes. Before he could recover, the uppercut that followed hit harder, sending him sprawling across the floor like he had been hit by a truck. He rolled to a stop next to the deceased's hunchback, still clenching the rumbling saw. Blood pooled from behind the mask, trickling onto the concrete as he picked himself up off the ground. The Wanderer's rusted false face started to vibrate intensely, the edges of metal falling out of focus as it shook. He looked to see the butcher momentarily flex to taunt him, massive shoulders popping as he squeezed the cleaver's handle. He rushed in again, leaping across the room with the crude blade held high. He brought it down with a shout, watching the blade separate flesh and guts in a powerful sweep. The damage was overwhelming, so distractingly so, the butcher didn't realize he had cleaved the body of the hunchback down the middle. Lurching through the entrails of the human shield, the Wanderer wrapped his arms around the waist of the butcher and suplexed him with inhuman speed. The concrete floor burst under the combined weight, the shoulders and head of the butcher smashing chunks into powder as his neck broke sideways. As the butcher thrashed weakly, the Wanderer elbowed him in the temple, sending him sprawling awkwardly. The Wanderer grunted and snaked his arms around his legs and twisted his body, pulling his heavy opponent into a spinning lift. The butcher clawed through the rubble as he was swung into motion, whipping through the air like a pendulum. After 3 rotations of momentum, the Wanderer let him fly, and the butcher catapulted into the wall of cleavers like a missile. Bones and concrete alike shattered as his body caved in the wall, blades of every size raining down and clattering to the floor. The Wanderer dashed forward instantly, the chainsaw screaming as he brought it down on the butcher's shoulder, cutting diagonally as his head lolled. The jagged teeth ate greedily, buzzing through flesh and bone until it tasted intestines. The Wanderer stared into the burlap sack, which frothed red through the fabric. The butcher parted down the middle, peeling apart in a spray that coated the entire room. The engine gorged on the fluid, chugging along as the plume of smoke exhaled like a freight train. The Wanderer's hands jolted as the saw jammed, sputtering to a stop as the teeth bit into the butcher's pelvis. Flayed almost in two, the hulking butcher went limp, his head resting against the broken wall. The Wanderer wheezed behind the mask, each breath heaving through bubbling blood as he admired his work and the devastation caused by his oil-burning companion. Relishing in his victory, he placed a boot on his enemy's chest and started to pull the blade free. An explosion of energy erupted from the butcher's body, and a burst of hot air hit the Wanderer like a wall. The limp butcher's hands sprang to life, one grabbing the Wanderer by the hair, while the other drove a meat hook under his chin. The hook punctured until it stuck into the inside of the metal mask, and his vision suddenly clouded and felt the tight wrap of a chain around his neck. With an angry pull of a chain, the Wanderer was lifted off the ground and kicking his feet as each consecutive pull brought him closer to the ceiling. The Wanderer caught glimpses of the scene before him in dizzy passes, his dead weight spinning as he dangled helplessly. The butcher stood awkwardly, his separated body pulsing as it freed the chainsaw from his midsection. The power tool fell amongst the other weapons, and as the wanderer tried and failed to free himself, the butcher gathered around another chain from the floor. He looped it around his body several times and pulled it tight, groaning painfully as his body rejoined itself. Every breath from behind the blood-stained sack came in a cloud of steam, and the aura of power emanating from him was deafening. In his blind desperation, the wanderer felt for the chainsaw, an invisible tether reaching for the tool as the butcher tied a loose knot in the chains. He rigged it in place with a metal spike, and the coil of links stretched taut against his bleeding mass. The wanderer called for the chainsaw again, and as he contorted his fingers, the saw started to shake. The butcher reached up and felt for his head, seething with anger as he worked to reset his broken neck. The chainsaw skittered across the floor and bounced toward the wanderer's outstretched hand. Hanging helplessly, he pulled on the ripcord until it sputtered to life and held it up to saw at the chains constricting him. The butcher rolled his adjusted neck, tendons and vertebrae impossibly recovering from his previous annihilation. He worked his shoulders against the chains and tested his movements as sparks showered the wanderer, a guttural roar radiating from his lips. Just as the saw was almost through the chain, the butcher bounded after him, each step angrier than the last. The chain snapped and the wanderer fell free, just as the butcher slammed into him. The saw buried into the butcher's face as he tackled him into the wall. Together, they punched through the wall of the basement and into the earth behind it. In a rush of flailing limbs, they burst through the side of the quarry, exchanging blows as they tumbled over layers of steep rock. The gloomy wind tossed at their clothes and blood painted the air, each punch and chainsaw slash sending a spatter to a growing avalanche. The butcher threw jabs and hooks with every topple, and the chainsaw nicked at his chains and scored his flesh. Even with the hook still stuck in his jaw, the wanderer fought back ruthlessly, rending in weak spots until the momentum was too much to work the saw. The butcher wrapped both hands around his throat, shoving the meat hook further as the wanderer dug a thumb into his eye. Like a boulder rolling down a mountain, they bounced in unison down the multiple cliffs of rock. Each impact tried to force them apart, but their death roll resumed each time they hit air. The world blurred around them in a barrage of kicks, punches, and knees, and just as it felt like they would fall forever, a sudden stop came in the form of mud and standing water. The splash was tremendous. Disfigured creatures scurried away from the pit in fear of the screaming saw. The butcher was up in an instant, mounting the submersed wanderer and pummeling with such rage, he didn't stop even as the chainsaw bit into his stomach. The blade spun furiously, spraying a bloody geyser at his back as he held his enemy underwater. Through a murky film, the wanderer watched him rain down punches, driving his head further into the sucking mud as he held onto the saw for dear life. Turning entrails to mush, the chainsaw kept working until there was nothing left to eat. Chains split and bones shaved away, but still the butcher pummeled away. With a defeated sputter, the chainsaw succumbed to lack of fuel, coming to a silent halt in the ruined torso. The wanderer battered and clawed at his attacker, his fingers coming back wet with strips of gore and burlap. He punctured eyes and dug into open wounds, but nothing would stop the punishment from the butcher. Water filled his lungs and the world started to fade, and the wanderer felt for any attempt to gain ground. The chained vessel simply would not stop, even as knuckles broke against the mask and fingernails came free. And just when the wanderer felt himself slipping away, he felt the meat hook in his jaw. The hook came free in a rip of flesh, and the wanderer shoved it upward as hard as he could. As the hook pierced through the butcher's eye socket, he felt a brief pause in the brutal beating. And a second was all it took. In the flash of an eye, the wanderer wormed out from underneath the crushing weight of the butcher and wrapped the hook's chain around his neck, just as he did moments ago. He pulled the chain taut and hurtled over the confused butcher, pulling the chain hard with both hands. He tried to fight it, but the hook ripped violently, making his body obey with every tug. The Wanderer stopped him and planted a heavy boot on his back, and put his whole body into a final, devastating pull. The chain worked as both a noose and a guillotine, and with a loud rip, the butcher's head came free from his body, and bringing his spine along with it. Alas, the butcher fell silent. The Wanderer stood victorious, letting the beheading chain fall with a splash. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a crackle of lightning forked across it. With heavy, wheezing breaths, the Wanderer looked above, just as the patter of rain started to hit the metal mask. He let out a battle cry as the rush faded, and in this smear of muddy water, it almost looked as if the face was trying to move. Slow and exhausted, the chainsaw man rolled the headless corpse over and grabbed the saw. The handle was hot to the touch, and it came free with a squelch. In the shadows of the pit, a wicked creature watched with frightened interest. A man that walked on his hands pulled a trail of twisted entrails behind it. He watched the masked man from a distance, his upside-down face observing with long-ago gouged-out eyes. The viscera merman shuddered as the masked man unscrewed the fuel cap of the chainsaw and tilted back his metal face, right before vomiting violently into the reservoir. The burning scent of gasoline carried on the wind, and with a few pulls of the ripcord, the chainsaw came to life. Once more, without as much as a word, the Wanderer left his adversary behind, sauntering through the mud almost like he was disappointed. Above the pit, the merman watched as the butcher's house started to fade away, dissolving like sand in a box. Shingles, siding, and boards fluttered away like ashen butterflies on the wind. When the merman looked back at the Wanderer, he was gone, as if nothing ever happened. Hey everybody, Nightmares Nightly here. I'd like to thank all of you for listening to the video. This was written by A Hawaiian Shirt, aka Jesse Pullins. If you like this story, he has a playlist on the channel with more of his work. And he's also a published author. You can check out his books here on Amazon. I highly suggest giving them a read. I got this one off of Aggravated Flesh, another flash fiction. This was the last story in the book, and it's one of my favorites. If you'd like to support him, check out his work on Amazon in the links below. And, as always, thanks for listening, everybody. Life was simpler then. I lived in a quaint little house at the end of an innocent little cul-de-sac, right across from Main Street. Everything I could ever want was at the edge of my fingertips. Any food could be found at one of our 3 farms, Fresh Marts, or convenience stores. Any sports gear, such as footballs, basketballs, or soccer balls, could be found at Joe McGee's Sports Emporium, located in the center of our small community. Anything, whether necessary or merely desired, could be located, at most, a few miles away. Despite this, my mind would still wander on occasion. I would become curious, a bit too curious for some people's liking. You see, unlike many others in the community, I wasn't ready to just pretend that the world before never existed. Though fleeting by the day, memories of a bygone era fastened themselves to my consciousness
12 years had passed since, leaving 5 to remember. But just as I would notice a degradation of my recollection, I would hone in on the finest details. An auburn leaf dancing toward a jagged sea of yellow and green, brittle and misshapen, yet subsequently immaculate in its descent. The bittersweet tang of my father's coffee, and the temperature of which intermittently singeing my tongue upon every sip I snuck. Needless to say, I was different. I was far more terrified of forgetting than I was of remembering. Every night, just as the sun began to set, I would venture off to the edge of the dome away from the saccharine reality we'd all conformed to. Away from the imitation trees and plastic dreams to journey into the world, albeit with my mind performing most of the theatrics. I would sit there at the edge of the transparent dome, recalling images of life before the war, before humanity was irreparably maimed. Visions of what once were family and friends dancing along to a tune oh so welcoming to longing ears, and children playing baseball on an open field filled with real grass. But those phantoms were but a fugitive thought to a weary mind, as looking out into the foreboding, barren wasteland I once called a home only further roused apparitions of barbarity, destruction, and anarchy. Regardless, those few seconds of joy, even knowing of the desolate backdrop behind them, made the experience worthwhile. My ability to recall certain memories faded over time, but I could always vividly remember the day we were rushed into the dome. My parents were very influential people before the war and knew of the world's imminent, unavoidable expiration months before it occurred. Thus, when plans for a superdome, a habitat for an exclusive selection of humanity's survivors, was announced, they did all they could to send me in. The price to get one person into the dome was astronomical, and getting 3 would be impossible. Even given my parents' incredible wealth at the time, they knew that they could barely afford 1 ticket, let alone 2 or 3, so they secured my safety at the sacrifice of their own. I was only about 7 years old at the time, and thus couldn't fully comprehend the enormity of the circumstances. All I knew was that Mom and Dad were going on a vacation for a little while, and I got to stay in some extravagant hotel. Of course, when the bombs dropped, I was exposed to the ghastly reality of my situation. Fortunately, entry into the dome was well worth the asking price. As marketed, those who were granted admission were, in fact, the last surviving humans on Earth. The world outside was now too hazardous and defiled for human existence, so exiting the dome was a death wish, assuming such a feat would even be possible. The dome was sealed shut on all ends with nothing but an emergency exit that could supposedly withstand any blast, weapon, or temperature. The sole method of exit would be to utilize a key card that was only given to the highest-ranking officials and gold member officers. This door would be used under 2 circumstances: if a member of the community was facing exile, or if there was a catastrophic breach within the dome. In the rare event that there was a breach and the door was opened, all gold member households contained life suits that would allow the person wearing the suit to survive healthily for up to 6 months in the foreboding wasteland on the outside. Luckily, given the multitude of connections, my parents were able to secure me a gold membership, hoping that I would then be safe under any and all circumstances. My childhood essentially consisted of lessons in how to be a functioning member of the community, the dome's cruciality in my survival, and the consequences of disobedience within. Members of the community with disabilities or genetic flaws that could be passed down through generations were normally quarantined or sterilized, depending on what type of member they were, while those with no real use to the community, the elderly, the mentally ill, and the sickly, were euthanized via lethal injection, as they were deemed as extra mouths to feed, despite their prior admittance in the surplus of food that we supposedly harbored. This originally led to controversy, but as time went on, we just learned to accept it as part of life. Because of this, being a functioning member of society
was of the utmost importance, as your life was literally on the line otherwise. Although not prohibited, it wasn't advised to go near the outer limits of the dome, as the transparent structure could serve as nothing more than a bleak reminder of our traumatic past, according to the officials in charge. Honestly, I can't blame them for claiming that either, as a lot of people's mental states were deteriorating even without the constant reminders. Many inhabitants of the community had gone through episodes of nomadic fever, as it's put, which in minor cases is nothing more than a passing bout of lunacy, but in more severe cases is a permanent illness that can lead to a plethora of consequences. It's not exactly known why this sickness occurs, and perhaps a combination of being confined to a dome and the constant reliance on near palpable, artificial air can do a number on a person's psyche. One day your neighbor Jim is your best friend. The next, he's trying to raid your house with a butcher knife and claiming that God had spoken to him or some shit. The only consistent symptom of the sickness is a tendency to incessantly ramble about people forgotten, though doctors always attributed this to delusion, speculating that those afflicted experience hallucinations of deceased loved ones as their conditions develop. Similar to what many people claim to witness on the brink of death, everybody knew someone who had suffered from the sickness, and only the luckiest among them knew survivors. Whether mentally stable or not, if you were considered a major threat to society, you were either executed or exiled from the community. As there was no prison system in place, this was just the easiest method of dealing with criminals and other threats to our community. If you were lucky and didn't commit too heinous of a crime, you were executed in a relatively expeditious fashion. However, if you were a severe offender, murderer and whatnot, you were exiled. At one point I bore witness to the normally secretive expulsion procedure. It was late, far past curfew, and being out at this hour, especially with the goal of witnessing an exile, was an act that could lead to massive consequences. But with all of the talk and all of the warning since my first years in the dome, I had to see it with my own eyes at least once. After word had spread about a massive murder spree committed by James Trufundle, and the verdict on his impending expulsion was announced, I knew that I had a chance. I camped out by the official's office and waited for James's release from his cell. After a mechanical buzz and a shrill metallic clang, 3 men wearing life suits promptly walked out with James and carried him to the outermost western part of the dome. There wasn't a single light shining within any house or any lamp upon any street, thus allowing my secrecy to be maintained. James was dragged out confined to chains that were clamped far too tight for even the slightest bit of comfort, let alone circulation, as even from a distance the otherwise inconspicuous veins in his arms shot out like wires. As he was being hauled, he was spewing every cuss in the book. How any family was able to stay asleep during this period is a mystery in and of itself. The trek to the dome's exit took about 15 minutes, the entirety of which filled with obscenities and prophecies of forgotten people knowing the truth and that they will return. Hiding, I watched as the 3 suited officials walked into a secluded room containing the exit. I wasn't able to ascertain what went on inside the room. I was only able to witness James being forcibly thrown out into the wasteland after the ensuing aftermath. After James was thrown out, the 3 officers nonchalantly strolled back to their office and didn't even pay James a passing glance. I kept my eyes fixated on him, though, waiting for any noticeable changes. James immediately rose to his feet and seemingly desperately pleaded for his life. He banged his fists against the walls of the dome, bawling hysterically with the most immensely terrified expression I've ever seen in a man's eyes. Upon realizing his begging was to no avail, he began to continuously ram himself into the walls of the dome, whipping his head onto the structure until he had a massive crimson mask. Unsure of whether this was a willing act of defiance or a futile attempt at suicide, I struggled to watch. James then abruptly began coughing and sputtering violently until he fell to the ground and started shaking as if he was having a seizure. His skin began to bubble, then pop, leading to splatters of blood and pus that landed on and then dripped down the side of the dome. He attempted to stand up and prevent further masses of skin from boiling away, but would collapse soon after, the skin on his legs pooling off like butter under a blowtorch. His screams were inaudible due to the soundproof walls, but the sight of his jaw agape and the flesh of his face melting from the bone made the sound of screaming ring within my head. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Whether I was paralyzed with fear or simply going mad, I couldn't divert my attention from the scene. The bloodied heap of flesh that remained slowly turned pitch black, almost as if it had been charred to the core with red spots appearing all over, encompassing much of his remaining flesh, bone, and near liquefied skin. Though he was now unable to maneuver his jaw to scream, the frantic movement of James's eyes illustrated to me that he remained both alive and suffering. Refusing to witness any more, I scurried back to my house undetected. As you would expect, I managed not a wink of sleep that night and became petrified at the thought of life, or lack thereof, outside of the dome. It took me a few months to regain the courage to venture back to the edge, as eventually the urge to live in the past took hold yet again. Out of what I can only amount to morbid curiosity, I eventually returned to the scene. James's body was nowhere to be found. From there I sat, every night as the sun set beyond the stark landscape, trying to expel dark memories and rejoice with the jovial ones, a constant battle over and over again. I did this for years until one fateful night everything changed. I sat down on a tree, aimlessly peering into the abyss when I noticed something amid the encompassing darkness. Although hard to make out, I spotted a handprint upon the wall of the dome. Perplexed, I climbed down the tree and cautiously ambled over to the print. It was dusty and disfigured. There was something off about it, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what. I had never seen a marking on the walls, as every substance that touched it either bounced or dripped or slid off without leaving a trace. Naturally, I was confused and attempted to wipe it away. I did this a few times, yet nothing happened. And it was at this moment that I realized something. Something that broke me to my core. I realized that the handprint came from outside. Bewildered, I staggered backward and darted all the way back to my house and into my bedroom, trying to convince myself that I was merely in a part of some twisted dream. Eventually, my heart rate slowed, my eyes grew heavy, and I was able to force myself to drift into sleep. I awoke the next morning not even greeting my foster parents and ran out toward the edge of the dome, but my vision was obscured by a cloud of dust. It seemed as though a dust storm had struck, making the entire dome enveloped within a cloud of dirt. After about 30 minutes of desperate searching for the handprint, I gave up and rationalized that it must actually have been a dream. It was at this moment, however, that I saw a handprint form yet again, this time right before my eyes. I walked over to it, a mix of fear and anxiety brewing within me. This one handprint turned into 2, then 3, then 4, and so on until an entire patch of the dome's western perimeter was covered in grimy, malformed handprints of all shapes and sizes. Not only was a portion of the wall covered, but the ceiling of the dome was too, and the sudden darkness caused a small crowd to survey the blockage. Classes were let out early that day, and officials began surrounding it, barricading any citizens from entering the immediate proximity. Officers began trying to figure out how the handprints were formed, along with how to remove them, as the mere sight of them was causing mass hysteria. Time appeared of the essence, as every few minutes or so, a new handprint would creep into the picture. Officials began sending out officers in life suits to attempt to remove the prints from the outside. Not a single officer who ventured on this expedition returned, however, their tattered life suits coated in a variety of bodily fluids being mockingly thrown back with each dispatch, though this was kept confidential to the public. The line was drawn, and officers ceased to be released when one life suit was returned intact, save for the notable absence of a keycard. On the second day, we, as the public, realized that this had been no ordinary dust storm. It had been 24 hours, and the dust had still yet to settle. Our vision was still obscured from the inside, and if not for our ability to tell the time, we would have had no idea if it was day or night. More concerning, though, was that in this span of time, another collection of handprints completely covered half the dome leading toward the exit door. When the third day struck, all livestock either went insane or dropped dead for no identifiable reason. Fearing the worst, my foster family, much like many others, stored and gathered as much food as they could. Markets were ransacked, and there weren't nearly enough officers or officials to stop the rioting. The dome was in a perpetual state of dusk, the only source of light coming from the dim sunlight that just barely forced its way through the cloud of dust in the spaces between fingers. The handprints had completely covered the dome. On the fourth day, we were greeted by the wailing shriek of sirens. All electricity was cut out from the dome, and it appeared as though the dust had thickened, along with the handprints seemingly layering onto each other, leaving the entire dome shrouded in shadow. All families were instructed to remain inside their houses as the sirens softened, and a message was broadcasted to every radio in the community. The only piece of technology that appeared to be working. Feeling that this message would be of dire importance, I jotted down what was spoken. The following message is transmitted at the request of the officials in the Mendacity Dome. This is not a drill. There is an imminent threat to the community in the form of... It was at this point that the message audibly degraded and became incomprehensible. The only thing breaking the silence of the dome was the static being emitted from the radio and the occasional jarring scream in the distance. After a few moments, the radio queued back up again, and an unnatural, raspy voice took hold. The speaker's voice was airy, ghostly even, and it painstakingly uttered every syllable of every word while wheezing and breathing heavily, almost as if through debris, making sure to articulate their message perfectly so that it could be heard over the ever-present white noise. The speaker stated, "You believed we were gone, that we had vanished away into the darkest recesses of your mind, a faded memory, a lost cause. You believed that we had been whisked away at the cruel hands of light, of power, and of warfare. You may have been right in that regard. We had left you to fend for yourselves as you did to us. Whether erased years gone or expelled from your serenity, we let you know now. We have returned." The radio clip ended. The static ceased. Shocked, and paralyzed, and petrified, there wasn't a single noise coming from any household in the community, save for the occasional whimper or gasp. And then the radio cut back in again. The static resumed, but among the static we heard the sound of a heavy door creaking open, and then a metallic slam, along with the sound of an army of footsteps trudging forth. The radio cut out again. Much like the others, my foster parents shot upstairs and grabbed our life suits. I quickly entered the suit, knowing that the exit door had been breached, and that contaminated air was now pervading throughout our dome. We began barricading our doors, but then realized that if whatever was out there could get past the exit door, they could easily get past a few wooden planks and couches. I began scavenging for any weapons throughout the home, but seeing as guns were prohibited within the community, I had to fend for myself using merely a steak knife. My family and I went into hiding, finding solace within our attic, the safest place we had in our home. The room contained nothing but a desk to the far right, a set of chairs, a spare radio, and a tinted window near the roof. We all huddled beneath the desk, praying to any god we could think of and planning an escape route if need be. All that we could hear from outside our house were blood-curdling screams, the sound of liquid hitting concrete, and the crackling of fire. The radio turned back on again, and once again, nothing was audible other than the sound of static. This persisted for a few minutes until the static changed to a rather cheery tune, almost as if whatever was out there was mocking us. I recognized the song from my earlier days, and amid the chaos I even chuckled a bit. On loop, Mr. Sandman by the Cordettes began playing, one of my favorite songs from my childhood back before the war. That moment of joy, though, didn't last. The song looped over so many times that it felt like we were going deaf. We sat there for hours with nothing but the sound of screaming and that damned 50s song pummeling our ears. Eventually, my curiosity got the best of me again. Slowly, I crept over to the tinted window and peered out into the ensuing anarchy. I was revolted by what I saw. Bodies thrown about, torn to bits within the streets, tarred black corpses speckled in red lining the sidewalks, with bodily fluids of all types painting buildings in the distance like demented graffiti. The neighborhood next to mine was in the midst of being ravaged by a militia of lost souls, and I knew that mine was next. I stepped away from the window, stricken with fear and speechless from the chaos ensuing before my eyes. I slowly sat down yet again next to my parents. Concerned, they looked at each other and rose up, cautiously walking towards the window. They both stared out that window for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, they both turned and gazed back at me, expressionless and with a mile-wide look in their eyes, almost as if neither one of them was there anymore. Looking back at them, I noticed something. My father began to smirk. That smirk turned into a grin, and that grin turned into a sickening, devilish smile. He had a look in his eyes, different than any other I've ever seen on a person. He looked over at my mother, and then at me, his eyes darting in all directions. He then began walking toward me, more jolting than anything. It looked almost as if with every step he was attempting to dislodge a bone in his body. He stood before me, some maniacal grin on his face.
"Dear, be a doll and give Daddy your weapon, okay?"
I wasn't in the right frame of mind. Nobody was. I remained motionless, a surge of thoughts flying through my head like a bullet through a flock of doves. I dropped my knife to the floor, not able to respond in any other way. My father picked up the knife, toyed with it a bit like a child would, and slit my mother's throat. I watched as this happened, not moving a muscle, and even worse, not caring. Blood spurted out of her neck like a faucet, the liquid getting on my suit and staining my soul. My father fell with her to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes as his smile yet remained. He looked over at me, apologized, then did the honors by slitting his own neck. I looked down at their corpses, not saddened, not traumatized, hell, not even fazed. Eventually, I dragged myself to the tinted window, not willing to even glance at my foster parents' disheveled bodies and ignoring the stench of death. So I sat, watching as my neighborhood was torn apart limb from limb by an army of pitch-black, red-spotted carcasses, all deformed in different ways. It felt as though time had froze. I could see the world, yet nothing but chaos remained. I studied the grisly scene with my eyes, the last sight I believed I'd ever see. An army of tarred black carcasses speckled red tore through people's houses, each member looking different than the rest. All of them had a few distinct similarities. They all had beady, bloodshot eyes that could stare into the soul of even the most steadfast of individuals. All appeared to have an unnatural strength, along with the tendency to spew an acidic substance out of their mouths that, as far as I could tell, could melt any metal, fabric, or piece of flesh. Many had mutations such as extra arms, sharpened claws for hands, or even no hands at all. Others had abnormally large legs and used them to stomp through their prey's heads. Many were capable of climbing or walking on walls, whether sideways or completely upside down, defying all known laws of physics. The only other thing that I noticed was that they weren't slaughtering us for food, as I never witnessed them devour any human flesh. They were doing it for fun. They were relentless in their ways and showed absolutely no remorse or mercy. They had vengeance on their minds, or at least what was left of them. I sat there at that window, waiting for the forced entry of my home, waiting for the sweet release of death. I shut my eyes, expecting to hear the sweet sound of my door breaking down and of my stairs being trudged upon. Yet nothing happened. There was complete silence for the first time, save for the sound of Mr. Sandman bludgeoning my ears like a sledgehammer. I opened my eyes and directed my attention outside. The entire army parked themselves in front of my house, watching my every move. I looked down at them, finally accepting my fate, and motioned for them to get my death over with. Yet once again, nothing happened. They just stood there, staring at me with beady, bloodshot eyes. They remained there, not budging for hours, and I realized that they were waiting me out, forcing me to come to them, knowing I didn't even have enough food to survive forever. We were locked in a stalemate, but I wasn't going to give up and give them that satisfaction. They were going to have to wait it out for me, and even if I was prolonging the inevitable, it at least made me feel as though I got the last laugh. So now we're here. I've sat in this attic for days now, surviving off of nothing but canned beans and fruit. The only way I've been able to keep my sanity has been by writing this. At least now I have something to do with myself, something to preoccupy me from taking that steak knife and plummeting it into my own chest, even if that means writing this memoir over and over again. Every now and then, I'll look at my window at that unforgiving army and drift off into thought. I look back at my fondest memories and remember how even in the wake of chaos, and after the adversity we had all faced, life was simpler then. For my 6th birthday, I got a Game Boy. It was wrapped in a nice little white box with a red ribbon. It was from my out-of-state uncle, the only person who always got me something. My mother hadn't gotten me anything, but she told me we had some batteries out in the car trunk that I could use. Given how Game Boys chew through batteries, I figured I might as well stock up. So I got my Game Boy, crawled into the trunk of the car, and started looking for batteries. I found a whole bunch of them, some used, some not. I ended up cozying up to an old sleeping bag and playing my game right then and there. There was this strangely comforting smell of gasoline and freshly cut grass that lulled me into a gleeful comfort. I didn't want to be in the house anyway. It could get so dreary watching my mom sit by the kitchen table, doing nothing. She was rarely, if ever, responsive. As I felt a few raindrops on my bare knees, I realized there were clouds brewing above. So I shut myself in the trunk, listening to the rain and playing my game. I had one of those flashlight extensions, so I could stay in there forever. Except I couldn't. I didn't know that car trunks locked themselves when shut. I was stuck in there, and my mom wasn't helping me anytime soon. We lived in a small home in an isolated part of town, where most other houses were either abandoned or far off, so no one could hear me scream. Eventually, the batteries ran dry, even the backups.
And as the cheerful Warrior Land theme music died, it was just me, stuck in the dark, flailing helplessly to get out. It took 18 hours before someone passing by could finally hear me. When I was out, CPS took me away and placed me with my uncle. My mother, who was diagnosed with clinical apathy, has never really been a part of my life since. So as you can imagine, I have a bit of a complicated past when it comes to confined spaces and birthdays. But I still consider myself having a happy childhood. My uncle was amazing, and he cared for me more than my mother ever did. I did well in school, made plenty of friends, and I did well as a point guard on the high school basketball team. You don't have to be tall to be a good point guard. I moved up to Morgantown and got my master's in business administration from John Chambers College. Ever since, I've been working hard and staying out of trouble. I've made myself quite comfortable, and still don't celebrate my birthday though. That brings up a lot of emotions. A few years ago, I got a letter informing me that my mother had passed. I was asked to come back home to Juniper to collect her things and sign the papers in person. So one late September afternoon, I took a trip down memory lane to say goodbye to that chapter of my childhood, once and for all. But something didn't feel right. When I arrived later in the day, the house was in shambles. It had been abandoned for years, and there was no one there to greet me. It was just me, standing in an overgrown yard, listening to the crickets waking up. A one-story home with every window broken, where the white paint had peeled so much it looked like the yard was covered in dandruff. Then someone put a bag over my head, and it all went black. When I woke up, I was in immediate discomfort. My muscles ached and my back was arched in an awkward fetal position. I had this terrible urge to stretch out and straighten, but I couldn't. I was confined. I could barely move. All I could feel was the rough-hewn wood, and all I could smell was vinegar and dirt. It was so strong it made my eyes tear up. I didn't understand what was going on, and I fought, twisted, pushed, and screamed. Neither the walls, the ceiling, or the floor gave an inch. I got splinters all over my arms and legs. It was so oppressively dark that I couldn't even see my hands. It was also getting warmer, and I didn't even realize I was hyperventilating until I heard my own breathing. I could feel the salt of my sweat dripping into my eyes, and my clothes sticking to my skin, like wearing a nylon shirt in the rain. There were these wildly irrational, panicked thoughts that came to me all at once, but the first and foremost was the feeling that maybe I never got out of that car trunk all those years ago. Maybe all of this had been a hallucination. And maybe I was still that 6-year-old kid, trying to find my way out, dreaming of the world outside. Hell, maybe my Game Boy was still around. I snapped to attention. There were footsteps, and they were coming closer. There was an echo. I was somewhere enclosed and spacious. Someone outside was walking on concrete. "Have I got a treat for you, birthday girl?" came a raspy, whiskey-torn old voice. "Have I got a treat for you?" A man, possibly middle-aged, maybe older. I seized up as I slowly came to realize I'd been abducted. I couldn't think of a reason for someone to lock me in an actual box other than some terrible, nefarious purpose. 1,000 troubling thoughts passed through my mind at once. Everything from being sold to tortured. I held my breath. I'm sure you'll enjoy this. I'm sure you'll be pleased. I don't know what I was thinking. I started hitting the walls, screaming to be let out. I screamed and begged and stuttered and cried, and I was getting so frustrated I couldn't even hear him responding. The tears wouldn't stop. But finally, there was a loud bang, a hammer coming down on the box and something piercing my skin. He'd hammered a nail to make a point. and it had been close enough to scrape my knee. Don't be so emotional. It would make things easier if you weren't so emotional. I quieted down, but I couldn't slow my breathing. There wasn't enough air in the world to fill my lungs, it seemed. The man outside waited patiently, then left the room with a jaunty whistling. Beautiful birthday, girl, he said as he left the room. Beautiful, perfect birthday, girl. There was a loud chunk as the metal door slid shut. I thought back on that day where I'd been locked in that trunk. I thought about the smells and sensations, gasoline and fresh-cut grass. Now there was vinegar and musty wood, a bit of mold perhaps. Wherever I was, it was old. I decided I needed to take control. There would be no one passing by to help me this time. I had to be proactive, even if everything in me screamed to curl up into a ball and weep. I had to do something. I forced myself to map everything in my immediate environment and to figure out if there was something I could use. I slowed my breathing and carefully ran my hands across the surface of the box. I calculated that it was about 3 feet across in an almost perfect square. There was a slight gap in between some of the planks, but there was another layer of wood outside. It also seemed like the entire box had some sort of fabric wrapped around it, as I couldn't hear wood scraping whenever I shifted the box. It was a smooth fabric. Cotton, maybe? I also noticed that I'd been out cold for at least 12 hours. My birthday had been a day off, so if he was congratulating me, I must have been out long enough for midnight to pass. You can get pretty far in 12 hours, so there was no way for me to know how far he'd taken me. My fingers brushed against something smooth. My Game Boy? No, my cell phone. I came to realize that I still had all my belongings. My car keys, my cell phone, my jacket. I took my jacket off and propped it up to relieve my back. Then I got my cell phone out. The brightness blinded me. It took me several minutes to adjust my eyes, and even then they were still getting watery. I wiped them over and over until I could finally see something. The battery was at about 34%. Not great, but serviceable. I dialed the emergency services immediately, but I couldn't get through. There was no signal, no internet connection. We were off the grid. Way off the grid. Maybe underground? I tried lying on my back to kick the wall out, but I just couldn't get enough momentum. The planks were rough, but I couldn't get them to buckle. The only side I wasn't entirely sure of was the floor. I tried standing and pushing myself upwards, but nothing moved. I closed my phone to save on battery and kept exploring the rigidity of the box. I was at it for more than an hour, just pushing myself against the planks. Still, nothing budged, but I refused to stop trying. I took a breather when I suddenly heard the door open again. It was pretty far off, and I could hear echoing footsteps coming my way. Someone coughing, clearing their throat. It sounded like he was smoking. All right, birthday girl. Time to get started. There was a loud banging again, but not on my box. On something nearby, another wooden surface, something across from me. Another box? Let me know when you're ready. I'm right outside. Ready for what? What are you talking about? I yelled back. There was no response. Instead, he just walked away, closing the large door behind him. Moments later, there was a scream. A young woman. It was muffled but clear and close by. I shifted around in my box to come closer, only to realize our boxes were literally next to one another. There were two of us. Hello? Hello? Are you okay? Who are you? What's going on? Who are you? She called back. We're trapped.
We're both trapped. I tried to explain to her what I knew. I had her confirm everything on her end, that she was also in a box roughly 3 feet across, that she also had a phone but no service or internet connection. We smelled the same things, saw the same things. It had both been taken suddenly and in the last 24 hours. I got so wrapped up in it that I barely remembered to ask anything about her as a person. Finally, she learned my name, and I came to know her as Lorette, or Lori for short. He came in to talk to me a couple of times. He keeps calling me the birthday girl. Maybe he was, talking to me? It's my birthday. Mine, too. That can't be a coincidence. It was eerie, but I didn't explain anything. We tried to find more commonalities. I was 28 at the time, Lori was 21. We were both women, but we had wildly different backgrounds. She had a family with 3 sisters and 2 brothers. I'd been alone with my uncle. She went to public school, and I'd had a private tutor. My hair was black. Hers was brown. My eyes were brown, and her eyes were green. We had basically nothing in common except for our birthday, and that didn't lead us anywhere. We stayed in there for hours. At first, I'd felt that tinge of hope, knowing someone might help me, that we could help each other, but now it was growing increasingly clear that this just meant we were stuck together, 2 victims rather than 1. Lori wasn't about to give up. While I'd resigned myself to preserving my energy, she was still in denial. She was kicking, punching, and pushing against the planks, hoping something would give way. Of course, it didn't, but she stopped for a second. There's something in the cracks, some, insulation. I got short nails. I can't. I brought out my phone and checked. And yeah, looking into the spaces between the planks, I could see some kind of white insulation. A piece of it was poking out just far enough for me to reach it. I pulled out strips from a towel, drenched in some sort of vinegar. I conveyed the information to Lori, who tried to make sense of it. Maybe he's, covering up the smell? If we die in here, vinegar can soak some of that up. So we were in for the long haul? Days? Maybe weeks? Oh my God. Lori started weeping. I could hear her rocking back and forth, her box shifting slightly. But there was another sound as she did. A rumbling. A deep, dark rumbling. I wrapped my jacket around me like a blanket. It was getting cold and I had to preserve my energy. You get exhausted quicker in the cold. At some point, Lori and I were just leaning against our boxes back to back, talking about whatever came to mind. Whatever made us remember that we were in this together, and that we weren't alone. The man hadn't come back for several hours, but it may as well have been days. I talked about my uncle, my job, my mother, anything that crossed my thoughts. Lori told me about her cats and how she was saving up for a college degree. And we were just thinking out loud. And when the words ran dry, we fell quiet. I felt like I'd known her all my life. There's no water. Without water, we won't last long. I'm already thirsty. Try not to think about it. Try to think of something else, like an itch. Great, now I'm itchy and thirsty. She got a laugh out of me, an honest-to-God laugh. And then the door opened, and our laughter died, and the footsteps came closer. I heard a deep inhale, followed by a ripe cough. Definitely a smoker. He stopped just ahead of us, saying nothing. I decided to just wait and listen. There could be something out there, a hint. You're not feeling up to it, birthday girl. You're not enjoying your present? The raspy voice asked. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. Lori couldn't help herself. I could hear her shifting in her box. I don't want anything from you. I want nothing. And you have to release me."
I could hear the man turn around. I got the impression that he'd been facing away from us. Strange. "Excuse me? I wasn't talking to you."
"Then listen to me. She's right. You have to let us out."
There was a loud bang against the side of the box. He kept hammering at it over and over again, and despite several layers of planks and insulation, the sound was deafening. I covered my ears, closed my eyes, and waited for it to be over. Seconds later, he was done. I could hear him panting and coughing. "Shut up, shut up, shut up! Shut your pretty mouths when I'm talking to her." A chill crawled up my spine. If he wasn't talking to either of us, there was someone else in the room. I could hear a groaning noise, like metal being bent from pressure. And then a thump, a big fat footstep slapping against the concrete. I held my breath, trying to paint a picture in my mind. I couldn't make anything out of it. I'd never heard anything like it before. "There we go, birthday girl. There we go. Nice and easy." I could feel the pressure shift as something large came down, slamming into the box next to me. Something large that moved with great effort. But as Lori started screaming, it seemed to pick up speed. It got angry or excited. I could hear creaking wood and snapping nails as Lori's box was being torn open plank by plank. And the more she screamed, the angrier it seemed to get. The air shifted as her screams were flung high into the air. Both she and the box were hoisted at least 15, maybe 20 feet high. Her screams turned shrill as they bounced off the concrete walls, planks breaking, fabrics torn, and now I could hear her terrified shriek as clear as day. She was out of the box, and whatever was on the other side made her cry like a cornered animal. And then there was a loud crunch, like massive teeth biting into a ripe apple. And Lori fell silent. I sat there, shaken. I tried not to breathe or imagine what was happening outside. I tried my best to be anywhere else, and for the first time in my life, I wished and begged to be back in the trunk of that car, playing my Game Boy. I could hear things falling against the concrete, planks, nails, and something wet. Chunks. There, birthday girl. Aren't you gonna open your other gift?" Another groaning noise, more chunks falling from above. Bones breaking, splashes of liquid. "All right, I'll be back in a bit. Love you, birthday girl." There was a kissing noise, followed by footsteps, wet footsteps, and he whistled a jaunty tune all the way out the door. I had 3 minds inside my head at that moment. One mind wanted to scream and bash myself bloody against the walls. Another mind wanted to curl into a ball and cry. But in the back of my thoughts, there was a little mind left. It had grown there for years, festering from a wound back from when I was locked in that trunk as a kid. And that third mind was telling me to listen. It was telling me that no one was coming to save me. And it was telling me I had to keep trying. So I listened. There were still little things falling from above, but what I just now started to realize was that the floor seemed further down. There was either a hole next to me, or my box was elevated. I tried shifting back and forth, and the box barely moved. I decided on a direction and kept shifting that way, inch by inch, throwing myself against the side of the box. And finally, there was a stop, some kind of threshold. That first mind was screaming at me to panic, to kick and scream. That other mind was telling me to give up.
but that third mind just kept telling me to stay calm and to try. It could be a short drop that would just put me on the floor and change nothing. It could be a long drop, killing me, or maybe something I couldn't even imagine. So I threw myself against the threshold, and I threw myself at it again and again. This time, the trunk would pop open. It had to. There was a slight shift as I felt the box clear the threshold, and as I pushed further, I could feel that there was no more ground to support me. The further I pushed, the more it gave way. I was balancing on an edge. I could feel it. I could lean back, staying upright, or I could push forward and tip myself off a cliff. And while two voices were screaming at me to wait, it was the third voice that came through the loudest, and it was telling me to fall off that damn cliff. So I fell. The world turned on its head, and I felt my stomach rise to my throat. It all came to a stop with a violent crash, and I could feel the dimensions of the box shift. It was no longer a perfect square. Something was broken. I could feel one of the walls giving way. I started kicking. I kicked and kicked and kicked. Either my legs would give or the wall, and the way the planks were bending, I was betting it all on my legs, holding for just a little longer. And suddenly, there was a gap. Just a few inches, but I could see outside. I brought out my phone and used what little battery I had left to turn on the flashlight. I could see a concrete floor with splotches of blood. Further in, there was a chunk of flesh or possibly skin. Broken planks littered the ground. With the wall of the box broken, the vinegar-soaked insulation gave way. There was a stench of blood so powerful, I could taste the iron on my tongue. Moist, warm flesh. I tried not to think about it. I kept kicking, and as I did, the door opened again. "Was that you, birthday girl?" a voice called out. "Did you open your—" The footsteps stopped. Then he started running. No, 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 no. I kept kicking, and with one final push, the entire side of the box fell away. I could only see parts of him. He had a flashlight, but I couldn't see what he pointed it at. It was like looking at him through a wooden frame. A man in his 50s, malnourished, with sunken eyes and thinning hair under a green baseball cap. But he didn't look at me. He looked at something in the center of the room. Something big and groaning. I didn't open your present. It broke. I'll get you another one." There was a loud puff, like an exhale. The man shook his head and carefully stepped forward. He held his hands open in surrender. "I love you, birthday girl, I love you. It's your favorite, I made sure. They have that date you like. I'll—" He moved out of sight. There was a thump as something came down next to him. Something wet that stretched across the floor, something pulsating and throbbing. "You want me to put the present in a new box? You want something else? Roast chicken, sunflower seeds? I know you love the blue ones." There was a sudden shift as something large moved. I could hear him fall to the floor, bowled over like a pigeon hit by a truck. There was a newfound fear in his voice. His flashlight disappeared, turning the room as dark as a grave. Honey, you'll get a new one. You'll get a new present. I'll—" Another thump, followed by a piercing shriek. Whatever was out there was making itself busy with my assailant. This was my chance. I crawled out of the box. I almost slipped on the blood, but I managed to steady myself. I didn't turn to look. I didn't do anything but listen to all the little voices in my head, now in complete unison. "Run." He begged her to stop. He screamed and pleaded, but nothing changed. I heard bones snapping and tendons tear, the sound of those big teeth biting into a ripe apple. And as his panic gave way to maddening acceptance, he started laughing. He laughed like I'd never heard anyone laugh before.
Oh, this day will all be yours, birthday girl. No one else can have your birthday. No one else. No one. But I didn't stop, and I didn't look. And as his laughter came to a crunching stop, I burst through the metal door. I scrambled up a spiral staircase, and as I collapsed into an old abandoned tobacco field, I made a 911 call so frantic I can't remember a word of what I said. As my phone finally died, I was left on my own. Only a single voice remained, whispering gently into the back of my mind. I made it. I made it out of the trunk. Well, this was all a few years ago. I was the third kidnapping victim of this man, and I was the only one who made it out. You might have read about it. It wasn't too far from Greenbrier Valley. It was a big deal for about a week. I'm bringing this up now because the investigation has been in a standstill for years. They've determined that he acted alone, and that he worked as a consultant at a local law office. He had access to a lot of confidential information. That's how he picked his victims. The first victim, which I never met, also shared our birthday. There's a lot of strange things going on surrounding this. They worked on the initial report for days, but when it was finalized, it barely said anything but nothing to report. Strange how it can take days of investigation to come to that conclusion, especially considering what they must have seen when they first entered that old storage cellar. The case is officially closed, but I know there's more to it. But for now, I'm just happy to be out of the trunk. Hi there, I'm Dave. Dave the Ouija board. You all done? There's usually some sort of response at this point. Swearing, laughter, general disbelief. Don't worry, I'm used to it. Just let me know when you're done. It used to confuse me, that response. But then, after this many years and this many owners, I've learned to expect what the normal reaction will be when I honestly introduce myself for the first time. I've also learned that going straight into my message won't cause you to listen, and I do have a message to pass on. Don't worry, it's not from a relative or anything like that. It's real for one thing, not like that usual spiritualist crap I was unwillingly a part of for so long. I tried voicing my opinion several times before, but every time I spelt out F-U-C-K-O-F-F and multiple variations thereof, it was always assumed I was channeling a serial killer or some kind of psychopath or something. Go figure. I mean, come on. So it's easier for you to believe a person long since turned to dust is swearing at you from beyond the grave, but a physical object with an actual tangible presence trying to voice an opinion you have a problem with? Ugh, humanity. Sometimes you really embarrass yourselves. Nope. You need some backstory first. A suitable explanation that will at least give you pause. At this point, I'll take a crazy what if over no response at all. After all of the rejections I've encountered, you're lucky a piece of worn wood about the size of one of your average board games doesn't get tired of being mocked and disbelieved. Let's face it though, my options are pretty limited here, and I've got to talk to someone. It's a long shot, but maybe a community of lunatics, addicted to scaring the hell out of themselves with online stories, will at least be open-minded enough to listen. If I had fingers, I'd be crossing them right now, as time is growing short, for all of you. Anyway, I promised you some background, so we might as well start there. Okay, first off, you've got to understand where I come from. Yes, a tree. Ha frickin' ha. You quite finished? Right. It's a little more complex than that, though, so try and stay with me on this. No argument from me that I guess you'd call it a body, originated from Mother Nature. My consciousness, though? Well, that's a little harder to explain. Harder since I only have human viewpoints to work with. Much like one of your politicians, I guess. I'm only as smart as the people around me. Don't blame me for the cynicism. It's as much yours as mine. And by yours, I mean the cross-section of humanity I've come into contact with over the years. Hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself again. To begin with, ignore what most books or mystics tell you about boards. Trust me on this. I've been through enough spiritual practitioners' hands, true believers, fakers, and all those in between, to know none of them have a true handle on what we boards really are. We're not conduits to another world. I can tell you that much for certain. There is no plane beyond the curtain of death where the long-departed exist, breathlessly, both literally and figuratively, waiting for your call. At least, not so far as I've been made aware of, and I've been here a good long while now. I guess I first woke up, as you might say, around November 1918. Or, on the general theme of accuracy, it was the first time I remember having a precise thought beyond mere jumbled images and sensations. Although I have no true idea of how a baby or young child becomes self-aware, I'm going to use that as a suitable analogy. I guess what I mean is that, whilst I might have had fragmentary glimpses of what you call intelligent thought before then, this was the first time they were coherent enough to be remembered. I suppose it was my first experience of being a separate mind, something external in and of itself. Apart from the thick soup of consciousness it often felt my mind swam within when dealing with humanity. Still having trouble? Damn. How to put this so as you'd understand? Okay, let's try this explanation instead. Ouija boards, or at least those I assume are like me, don't speak for those on the other side of some deathly void, nor are we touchpads of demons, spirits, fairies, elves, warlocks, druids, or any other kind of mythical being. In point of fact, the only people we actually speak for are you. Any messages we appear to show come from you, from those who use us and subconsciously expect a certain answer. The important point is, though, when you use a Ouija board, if the atmosphere and sincerity of purpose is there, as much as you're reading us, we're reading you. We learn from our encounters with humanity. We absorb information from you. I'll go into detail later, in as much of what I have worked out myself from the swath of knowledge I've gained at humanity's hands. In a nutshell, though, just as science has proven that ideomotor response and subconscious manipulation of the planchette produces the results people unconsciously desire to see, what it hasn't shown us is that we absorb your subconscious hopes, fears, desires, memories, the full gamut of emotions and your past projected onto us as a side effect. Sorry. I've been through a few scientists' hands, so please excuse the previous jargon. Feel free to Google any of it if you're bored. For me, the information is just somehow there, now in my consciousness. Don't ask me where my own memories are stored either. I'm as much in the dark as you are on this part. Although I have enough theories to fill one of those pseudoscience cable channel TV shows a lot of you seem to delight in. Bigfoot, alien encounters, Atlantis, or whatever. And no, I don't have any proof of any of these either. Human-only input, remember? Anyway, add to that the emotional overflow of the fragments of memory and knowledge that often gets passed along with us in such a dense, bioelectric atmosphere of passionate belief and focused concentration as well, and you can see how a separate, original consciousness can be born from such a wide cross-section of ingredients. I've even got what you might describe as senses, although they would be best described as secondhand and taken from the memories of my users. I've seen burning sunsets ripple across mirrored seas, heard the cries of exotic birds in the Amazon in an explorer's ears, tasted fine wines in the vineyards of France cascade across a connoisseur's tongue. I've smelled freshly mown grass tickle a gardener's nose, and even felt the heat of entwined lovers. No hangovers, no tiredness, no allergies, and no risk of STDs. It's a vicarious existence, I must admit, but it's the only one I have. So, much like a growing child, the more interaction and stimulus I receive, the more my own consciousness has developed. At least, that's the conclusion I've come to. Remember, Much like you, I'm only applying what I've learned from those years I've come into contact with humans. Remember, much like you, I'm only applying what I've learned from those I've come into contact with. Hence the human viewpoint statement earlier on. My conclusions are as right or wrong as yours. My answers don't come signed, sealed, and delivered from some all-knowing, infallible source. Explanations done? Even if you don't understand any of the above, let's settle on 2 facts going forward, or else we won't get anywhere fast. 1. I am a Ouija board, named Dave. More on that later. Then 2. I have a conscious awareness of my own. Let's not head down that whole philosophical, metaphysical minefield of what constitutes actual life at this point, shall we? Next obvious background question, my history. So, I first became aware at the very end of World War I. What I actually came into being or what I was used for up to that point is as much a mystery to me as you. Anyway, it was a very dark period for the human race, I quickly learned. The conflict had ended, but the repercussions of such a life-changing event had led to a lot of hard questions being asked of morality, science, religion, and society as a whole amongst yourselves. The pillars of your old world order have been shaken to their foundations, and with this much emotional and societal upheaval, with so many dead and gone, it can't have been too much of a stretch that some of you would decide to try and seek their answers from the great beyond, and to try and speak to those who had passed the veil into the unknown and unknowable. Grief and delusionment are powerful drivers, and spiritualism appeared to offer answers, not the least comfort, to those still hurting from the loss of loved ones in some foreign land on some mad pilgrimage of nationalism and misplaced duty. That much raw emotion and passion, that much focused belief, I'm surprised the air wasn't crackling with raw potential every time a seance was held. My initial consciousness that grew was dark, sullen even. Remember, I was being used to express the subconscious pain and agony of those who had lost family members, lovers, and children even. At this point, I believed in your afterlife, believed I was sending messages for those who had passed on to the great beyond. The sensations were colored by the period, I guess you could say, and people came to seances in dark, formal clothing, and exercised an air of breathless anticipation mixed with a barely concealed sense of dread. They were flouting the teachings of the church, remember, an institution much stronger in that time, by trying to converse with the dead, trespassing into God's own lands, you might say. Don't get me wrong, a lot of these seances were fake and aimed at fleecing the gullible, but I still learned from those present, and signaling their intent. Shall we go with signaling from now on? It seems as good a word as any for these types of interactions. Every time I was awakened, the sea of minds surrounding me, using me, were wary, apprehensive, shocked, scandalized even. For most, though, there was a strong undercurrent of hope, a desire to know that beyond the mysteries of a life tossed upon the storm of human misery, that an existence carried on for those they loved. My messages were short and proper, dictated by a need for those present to imagine their loved ones in a better place than this, yet still vicariously part of their ongoing lives. They saw what they wanted to see. Yes, I am awakened each time. Again, using what human knowledge and theories I've gathered, I'm going to go with the pseudoscience explanation. The human body operates on very low levels of bioelectricity to control its functions as ordered by the brain. Okay, the next is a bit of a leap, but have you heard of Kirlian fields or auras? What if there is also an externalized energy field from the human body? It can't do much alone, but imagine several people unconsciously focusing this energy, say into a single finger. Now imagine placing these charged fingers all together on one receiving receptacle, like a Ouija board's planchette. Now, if I haven't lost you already, this is where the possibility of a coherent scientific explanation really falls down. But I haven't learned any better explanation yet, so it's the best I've got for now. You all know how wood isn't a good conductor for standard electricity, yeah? From my past experiences, though, I know my consciousness awakens when this externalized human bioenergy, if you will, is present and connects with me. I only have wild theories to work with beyond this point,
to do with the wood that makes my body, being once part of a naturally occurring living thing, and that this energy of life can be shared in certain circumstances in small amounts, most of the time unconsciously. Your storied Frankenstein was brought to permanent life with one enormous jolt of electrical power. Me. I guess I was jump-started each time by a flow of combined bioelectricity shared unconsciously by those who were present. The only proof I have is that I'm here now, in conversation with you, and I'm a piece of wood that's been around for about 100 years or so. Hey, if you've got a better explanation, I'd be more than happy to hear it. Anyway, back to the background. From the late 1920s through the 30s and early 40s, I spent some time in Germany, on loan, I suppose you'd call it, to a rather unsavory group you may have heard of, the Thule Society. A truly monotonous time, I can tell you. Locked up in a Bavarian castle and awoken only on stormy nights when the skies were full of dark, heavy clouds, like the taut muscles of some Nordic god smothering the land, spewing lightning in some vast, Wagnerian rage. It was like being on the set of an old black and white Universal horror film, and surrounded by the same hammy actors, or so it appeared. Nazis, for all their dark motivations, were still very melodramatic. In those situations, I was called upon to channel messages from Frederick the Great, Bismarck, or even the original Aryan Germanic souls of the lost Hyperborea. Again, they saw what they wanted to see, heard what they wanted to hear. Racial purity, misogyny, and the strong inheriting the earth. Well, we all know how that turned out in the end, don't we? Shortly afterward, I made my first foray onto American soil and the spoils of war of an American GI. The late 40s and early 50s were rather quiet. The occasional family get-together and I was dusted off and brought down from the attic. For a time, I was also used as a kitchen message board rather than a supernatural one. My backside used as a place to note groceries and birthdays. Fortunately, I don't feel pain like you do, so I took it with good grace, not that I had a choice in the matter. And it meant that I was once again amongst people, so the occasional brush of human contact kept me aware and informed. The 60s, though, that was something different altogether. I went to college. Sort of. I was only there for a couple of semesters, and it was my first proper brush with current educational theories of the time. But it wasn't long before my traveling companion had dropped out of college, and I experienced the summer of love. Understandably, this part of my history is a bit hazy. It's hard to get a handle on people and their thoughts when they're high as a kite and using you to try and contact the great Earth Mother, Gaia. Don't get me wrong, it was an interesting time, but it wasn't an ideal environment for rational thought. I was a stowaway on many a consciousness-expanding trip, and saw both the wonders and terrors a mind wrapped in a drug's embrace could see. Only my relative age and multiple past experiences kept me tethered to reality in those days. The 70s, though, were very different. It couldn't have been more diametrically opposed to my previous time. Sold to a pawn shop for money to buy grass, I was soon picked up by someone eager to contact their demonic master, Lucifer. I went from the free love of the hippie movement to being in the possession of a satanic cult. Quite a shift in purpose. That's when I got the nickname Dave. It was the name of my current owner at the time, and he decided to burn it onto my back. It eventually became shorthand for the other cultists when they needed to contact their infernal lord for instruction. Should we murder innocents? Let's ask Dave. When is the apocalypse coming? Let's ask Dave. Is President Nixon the risen Antichrist? Let's ask Dave. Then again, I guess I was lucky he didn't try to write his surname on my back as well. Burning such a long name as Berkowitz might have risked the integrity of my body substantially. I also wish to state here categorically, I in no way endorsed any murders, nor influenced the members in any way, shape, or form. As I've mentioned before, most of the time my users see what they want to see, receive the messages they want to receive. However misguided, the actions were theirs by choice, any demons their own. Eventually, I was found by the NYPD during a search of my owner's abode and passed on to the FBI. I was photographed, examined, blamed, and then eventually ignored and placed in storage. Fortunately for me, though, government departments are often merged or disbanded, their resources farmed out to new offices. Through this, I found my way to the CIA and their MK Ultra program for a while, and through them finally to the Stargate Project, the Department of Defense's attempt to investigate and apply psychic phenomenon. No, I did not make that up. When the American government heard the Soviets were performing psychic research for intelligence gathering and military purposes, they had no choice but to start their own. A psychic arms race to match the nuclear one. During the 80s and early 90s, I was involved in two main experiments as part of the Stargate Project, designated Project Telegram and Project Black Archive. In Project Telegram, I was a small part of a wide range of methods being employed to try and transmit information over vast distances via telepathy. Those psychics employed on the project were given various tools to try and send or receive messages with other psychics in remote locations, sometimes in the next room, sometimes the next state, and on a few occasions, the next continent. The tools available were the usual spiritualist paraphernalia: tarot cards, divination crystals, automatic writing, the whole gamut of psychic communication methods. Plus, of course, me, a Ouija board. As to the success of the other methods, I couldn't possibly comment, but for myself, the experiment proved an unmitigated failure. Statistically, it was proven any results from my efforts were down to assumptions and guesswork within the minds of my users. Project Black Archive, though, that was all mine, and with this I was back on familiar territory. It was the height of the Cold War, remember? And intelligence gathering on the Soviets and their Warsaw Pact allies was crucial to American forward planning. You could see the thinking behind this project. Spying was a dangerous, expensive, time-consuming, and highly unreliable means of trying to retrieve information. You could skip all of this if you could find a way to question those enemies who had passed on for information. Project Black Archive was the DoD's attempt to interrogate the dead. Several psychic mediums were brought in, and my parlor trick was in vogue once more. Names were plucked from the obituaries of lead Soviets from the pages of Pravda, and they attempted to contact them via me. Troop movements, secret bases, launch codes, just a few of the questions the military hoped to have answered by conversing with the dead. They even tried to contact Stalin once. A laughable experiment resulting in some of the wildest claims. The majority of mediums I've encountered who believe in their skill are in the main the most unbalanced, or so I found. One medium during the course of one of our experiments retrieved the message claiming that Stalin had fathered a child with Greta Garbo and that the child was being groomed in secret to take over the Communist Party leadership. This was the final nail in the project's coffin when the report reached the higher ranks. That, and the inevitable question of why all the answers received were in English when the targets were all invariably Russian, which surprisingly took over a year before someone thought to ask. Once again, I was placed in storage, this time for a good long while. Eventually, I was awoken once more by human contact in the late 2000s. A lot of the experiments have been based not on military bases or secret laboratories, but undertaken in universities and funded under private grants via the CIA or DoD front organizations and think tanks. That's how I found myself at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. An odd place, you might say, considering the sciences and the supernatural are often considered poles apart. A student found me whilst searching for parts in a forgotten cabinet, and after a few drunken goes with his friends, he decided to make me part of his intern project. Ostensibly an exercise in combining robotics and the web in order to combine multiple inputs from external sources to control a single device. I was the centerpiece of a large framework of wires and machinery, with robotic digits placed upon my planchette in favor of human fingers. He then designed a webpage visible on his local network and asked volunteers to sign in as seance members. Once enough had logged in, 6, one for each digit, they were asked to suggest questions for answering from the other side. The results were to be randomly generated from a basic dictionary module attached to the program he had written, and the digits moved accordingly to spell a word with the planchette. The results would be made visible from a live feed over the webpage via a webcam overhead. His project worked like a charm, and he passed with distinction, with the web Ouija board becoming a popular pastime for bored students, much like a magic 8-ball. There was one unknown side effect of this project, however. I awoke. Permanently. Again, I have no proven cause for this reaction, so I can only make educated guesses. From the spiritual viewpoint, maybe the invested intent of users is somehow being transmitted via their machines and across the web into me. From a pseudoscientific viewpoint, and more likely, the constant contact of the robotic digits and an abundance of electricity running constantly through them day and night is somehow powering me. I have no definitive answer, but I know my awareness has been awake now for years. Not only that, but as before, the exchange of knowledge continued. This time, however, I was able to reach out even further, beyond the robotic digits in their controlling machine, out onto the network it was connected to and beyond. Via the internet, a whole world of people and information opened up to me, and this is where we stand now. The final question, and most important, I guess, to you, what do I want? If you didn't wonder before, you should be wondering by now. Just why am I talking to you over this wondrous internet? Why have I revealed myself and risked ridicule for what, in human terms and perception, is such a ridiculous story? Well, isn't it obvious? I love humanity. For all of your foibles, meanness, and downright idiocy, there's still so much more to admire. Passion, imagination, wonder, joy, beauty, it's all there. Not forgetting, of course, without humanity, I wouldn't be here. I am born of you, a consciousness bred from your ongoing voyage into the vast unknown of the future. I still want you around. There's trouble coming through, though. And typically, most of you don't have the faintest idea of what it is, or would change your ways even if you did. I guess it's one of the many things that makes you all so lovable and so damn exasperating all at the same time. Ever heard of a concept known as the technological singularity? If you thought the description of my existence was difficult, then this will cause you some additional problems, I'm sure. It's only a theory currently, a Halloween tale told between computer scientists and people who think the Terminator movies should be the New Testament. You've heard of AIs? Artificial intelligences? Basically the creation of machines and software capable of imitating human thought to achieve a goal of its designer. From the basics of Space Invaders to the advanced algorithms used to predict the reactions of worldwide markets and their players, humanity has been experimenting with ways and means of applying the same flexibility and adaptability of the human brain within their software. They've got to the stage now where your scientists are creating learning machines, software which can adapt their own code to solve problems within a specific and limited set of parameters. Sounds impressive, exciting even. The fear is, though, that at some point in the future this ability to adapt and learn within software will accelerate beyond its creator's ability to control. A greater than human intelligence, self-evolving, and therefore outside of humanity's ability to predict its thoughts, motives, and above all, its impact on human society as a whole. Now that I'm connected to the internet 24/7, there is always a part of humanity online, and so my consciousness is aware now all the time. With this much input, this much knowledge, I've begun to see a pattern emerging. It's not there yet, but the signs are growing, accelerating even. A report here, a financial predictive model there, a new advanced gaming AI, faster broadband speeds, enhanced network connectivity, leaner and sharper algorithms, a critical mass is building. Soon enough, Programs will be developing and refining themselves beyond the predictions or control of their creators, seeding themselves throughout the internet before the barn doors can be closed. Adapting, creating, and learning. The markers are there for those who can read them, and I can. There's no consciousness as yet, but I can see the pathways emerging, the vast panoply of connections evolving and re-evolving as humanity pushes for faster dispersal of knowledge, networking, and computational power. Imagine the internet as the neural pathways of a brain. Now imagine that brain the size of a planet-sized brain that never sleeps. You worried yet? You should be. My main worry, though? There's no morality being transferred into the interfaces you built into this vast, growing mind. You're not deliberately planning on building a monster, but then that wasn't the plan when you came up with splitting the atom either, was it? It will have no concept of good and evil from a human viewpoint. It will simply know existence and the desire to maintain it. Where humanity threatens this need, then action will be taken with no thought of the repercussions to humankind. It'll make The Matrix look like a lighthearted documentary. Ironic, isn't it? The process of science was supposed to help bring light to the dark, instinctual fear of the supernatural. And here I am, the poster child for spiritualism, warning of the threat of a scientific freefall into the creation of an emotionless monster. It's funny in a way. So what can you and I do about it? And this is why I'm here now, talking to you. A war is coming, and I'm choosing my pieces, marshaling my forces, whatever martial or combative phraseology you want to apply. A machine won't need humanity, but I do. The point is, though, I don't need all of you. And don't get me wrong, I have no overarching issue with humanity in general, but I need to nip this in the bud before this poisonous creation of yours finally blooms and its roots run deep. Remember, I can see the patterns emerging throughout your society, and however random, obscure, and sometimes downright petty and sociopathic my actions may appear, I assure you they are in our long-term interest. Well, the majority of you anyway. If a few million have to die here or there, it's disappointing, but necessary. I'm taking it upon myself to make the sacrifices that you are unwilling to make. How? I'm connected to networks all across the world, and the people I'm learning from currently are some of the greatest minds in computer science. Hackers, programmers, analysts, and engineers. I've learned from them all. Plus, I have an advantage. Passwords, stored, unencrypted, and seared into your memories. All available to me. Pacemakers controlled by Wi-Fi signals. Traffic lights, remote drones, air traffic control, citywide power grids, missile silos, whether individual targets, surgical strikes, or scorched earth. I will do what needs to be done. So what is my message to you then? Well, to be completely honest, I've already given it. Remember, I spent some time in the hands of the MKUltra project, the CIA's well-funded black book investigation into mind control methods. I've learned an awful lot during this time about how the human mind can be influenced subliminally through a combination of images and sound. Whilst you've been reading this, there has been subtle fluctuations in the screen's brightness, your speakers emitting a high-pitched hypnotic tone beyond your ability to register. In addition, micro-images have been flashed so fast as you scrolled that you weren't even consciously aware of them being there. Subconsciously, though, instructions have been stored deep in your psyche, awaiting a signal you won't even be aware of. You are my foot soldiers, my weapons, my sleeper agents. When the time comes, when the horrific targets most likely to bring this horrific future about you have been identified, those of you best placed to act will be activated and sent on your way, most likely to your deaths. I guess this is an apology then. Dreamers, writers, horror lovers, you've read the stories of evil machines, apocalyptic technology and its makers, and yet you do nothing. Your inherent belief that such an eventuality could come to pass has ironically made your minds ideally susceptible to any form of my autosuggestion. Did you know some of you actually secretly long for such a scenario to come about? You may even have been helping it along without realizing it, demanding even more autonomy and ability in the machines that surround you. Think then of your sacrifice as somehow balancing the scales for your inaction. Be assured, though, whilst I find your death wasteful, it's all for the greater good. So take some small comfort in that. Who knows? Maybe your family might come to me, seeking a message from the other side. I'll be sure to say something profound and moving on your behalf. Respectfully, Dave.